Chapter 1985. Zi Chen's mockery made Luo Meng, who was still pretending to be stupid, turn ugly. The elders beside him also had ugly expressions. As an aristocratic family of inheritance, reputation was the most important thing. He looked at the golden dragon in front of him and said unhappily, "Zi Chen, what do you mean by this? I already told you that Luo Yao went to the first mainland to discuss something and hasn't returned yet. Do you not believe me?" The golden dragon's gaze swept across the elders, and the mockery at the corner of its mouth deepened. The other party knew that they were going to deny it and would continue to pretend to be stupid. If LV Peng were here, he would consider breaking the formation and teaching the Luo family a lesson. Unfortunately, LV Peng wasn't here, so he had to keep a low profile. Even if he had absolute confidence in himself, he was facing an aristocratic family of inheritance. Putting aside the power of the formation, if there were more people like Luo Yao here, Zi Chen would be at a disadvantage. All right, let's cut the crap. Just tell me what kind of price you're willing to pay for offending me, Zi Chen said as he pondered. Zi Chen, what do you mean? Luo Meng continued to pretend to be stupid. The golden dragon's eyes were cold. Zi Chen's cold voice rang out. Either you tell me the truth, or I attack the city. Choose one. This obvious threat made the elders' faces turn even uglier. Luo Meng narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon's eyes, which were still cold and emotionless. The scene became quiet, and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. After a while, Luo Meng couldn't bear the pressure and sighed. Then he sent a secret message to the golden dragon. Luo Meng had saved the Luo family some face by not revealing the mastermind. Zi Chen knew what he wanted to know, so he didn't care about Luo Meng's little tricks. Just as the Luo family heaved a sigh of relief, they were shocked to find that Zi Chen didn't intend to leave. He was still standing outside, and only the golden dragon was withdrawn. What's the meaning of this? Why isn't Zi Chen leaving? A heaven state cultivator couldn't help but ask, his face full of shock. Maybe he's thinking about something and will leave soon, an elder beside him replied. Since you are thinking about something, why do you need to sit cross-legged? On the city wall, under the gazes of the Heaven Realm experts, Zi Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Is he cultivating? The astonished voice sounded again. The Heaven Realm entering Saint Realm isn't something that can be entered simply by cultivating. Zi Chen is obviously doing this on purpose. The faces of all the Heaven Realm elders turned ashen. It was obvious that Zi Chen's actions were a complete disgrace to the Luo family. The Luo family really didn't have any face to be blocked by one person at the door. However, no one dared to send anyone out now, because anyone who did would definitely be killed by Zi Chen. Looking at the cross-legged Zi Chen, Luo Meng shook his head and sighed after a long while. You brought this upon yourself. The group of elders also shook their heads, a touch of regret appearing on their gloomy faces. When they heard the news brought back by Luo Yao, they thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could really kill Zi Chen with the 3 Saint Crystals, the Luo family would definitely be able to rise. But who would have thought that Luo Yao would be defeated, and so would the assassin? In the end, the Luo family would suffer the consequences of their own actions. Good news didn't go out, but bad news spread far and wide. They believed that this matter would soon spread throughout the Zhan Wu continent. In the future, whenever someone mentioned the Luo family, the first thing they would think of would be a dignified aristocratic family being blocked by Zi Chen. The Zhan Wu continent was very large and there were many masters. Today, Luo Yao blocked the way, but in the future there would be a second, third, or even more Luo Yaos. In order to avoid this situation, Zi Chen had to make the Luo family lose face. For an aristocratic family, face was the most important thing. Today he was guarding the Luo family's door, so the next time someone was greedy enough to make a move against him, they would have to consider the consequences of failure. Moreover, Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, was not just a deterrent. In fact, he was also recovering his soul strength. When he was assassinated, his injuries seemed to recover quickly. But as the oldest aristocratic family, their assassination methods were not so easy to resolve. Chen's soul strength was more or less damaged, but it was not visible from the outside. Chen and He, who were not far away, seeing Chen's method of blocking the door, Chen nodded gently in appreciation. This was the only way to minimize the trouble. Chen did not leave, making the Luo family anxious, but they could not do anything to Chen. They did not dare to go out and find Chen to reason with him. The blocking of the door, along with the assassination, caused an uproar. Chen is blocking the Luo family's door. Is he going to slaughter the entire Luo family? What's impossible? He is not a benevolent person to begin with. The Luo family is purely unlucky to have encountered such a ruthless existence this time. Ha ha, these two sides are not good people. Just treat it as a dog-eat-dog situation. Nowadays, Chen's reputation in the Jianwu continent is very bad. He belongs to the category of ruthless existence. But this kind of deliberately degrading reputation is not a bad thing for Chen. At least his friends will not have to worry about being retaliated against. No one believed that the cruel and merciless Chen would still have friends in this world. First mainland, Blue Feather City. Inside a dark room, Wag Wei was sitting there. Suddenly, an austere and oppressive aura filled the room, causing the temperature to drop in an instant. You failed. Feeling the change in temperature, Wag Wei put down the teacup in his hand and said, "He is very strong." In the room, a cold voice sounded. Even a 5-ring assassination failed to kill him. His perception is also very sharp, and he is also very cautious. He is the most difficult existence I have ever encountered. Even you professionals have failed. It seems that he is as strong as the rumors say. Wag Wei's face also showed a dignified expression. This time's assassination failed. Chen has been vigilant for a long time. During this period of time, we cannot organize a second attack, and according to Chen's keen perception, our next attack may not succeed. The voice in the dark sounded again. You came to see me today for something. Chen is very difficult to deal with. Before he grows into the strongest heaven-defying master, we should kill him with all our strength. Of the 3 Saint Crystals you promised, I think we can pay him one first. An inexplicable light flashed in Wag Wei's eyes as he glanced around the hall and said lightly, "You want to refine Saint Crystals without permission? Are you not afraid of punishment? In this world, only strength can decide everything." Wag Wei shook his head and said, "Sorry, I cannot agree to this request because I have already reached an agreement with your elder. Forgive me for not being able to break it." In the room, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive as traces of coldness emerged. Feeling the change in aura, Wag Wei chuckled. "What's wrong? You want to assassinate me? I don't think you need to answer in such a hurry. You should think about it carefully first. If you pay me 1 Saint Crystal in advance, you will be able to obtain my friendship." The hidden existence said unwillingly. Wag Wei didn't even think about it and shook his head again. "There's no need to think about it. I don't have much time left. Even if I personally give you 1 Saint Crystal, you won't be able to break through in a short time. I believe Chen will be here soon. When that time comes, I will have a way to deal with him." "Very good, then I'll take my leave." A gentle breeze blew by, and the cold aura in the room disappeared. Wag Wei looked at the open door, and his indifferent expression gradually became gloomy. "I haven't even seen your true body, so how can we be friends? Furthermore, who would dare to accept an assassin's friendship?" Wag Wei didn't even consider the assassin's proposal. It wasn't because he was reluctant to give up a Saint Crystal, but because the assassin had no principles. Wag Wei wasn't worried about whether the assassin could kill Chen after breaking through, but whether the assassin would assassinate him as well. A saint expert who specialized in the Tao of assassination. Just thinking about it made one feel fear. Furthermore, Wag Wei believed that what happened today was just the assassin's own idea, and not the Heavenly Assassination Alliance's. According to the information he had, the Heavenly Assassination Alliance had a very strict hierarchy. This kind of hierarchy even exceeded the limit of strength. Even if Zichen died, this disciple with great potential in the Heavenly Assassination Alliance might not be able to obtain one of the 3 Saint Crystals. Wag Wei even suspected that the assassin didn't use his full strength in this assassination. Putting away the meaningless guesses in his heart, Wag Wei stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the room. After passing through a few long corridors, he saw a pavilion. In the pavilion, there were a few young men sitting. The young men sensed something and turned around to see Wag Wei. The latter smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I just had to deal with some things." After sitting down in the pavilion, a maid served tea and refreshments. After the maid left, Wag Wei said, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know about Zichen." The 4 young men sitting in the pavilion nodded but didn't say anything. Luo Yao failed and the assassin failed. They won't be able to make a move for a while, so you can only kill him halfway. The young men's expressions changed and a wry smile appeared on their faces. Since they knew about Luo Yao's failure, they naturally knew about Zichen's ambush. Before coming here, the elders and their families had made it clear that they wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 1986. That Shield. When the 4 heard Yue's words, their expressions immediately changed, and they all looked at Yue. In the Zhan Wu continent, shield was a familiar yet strange word. It was familiar because many ancient families knew about the existence of shields, but they were all recorded in history and have disappeared for many years. For such a strange and powerful weapon, no family had the luxury of obtaining it, because whether or not it was in the Zhan Wu continent was another matter. The reappearance of shield was deliberately mentioned by Yi Qian. Only then did the cultivators of the Zhan Wu continent know that shield really existed in this world. Have you found the other fragments? One of the young men in a colorful robe asked in astonishment. Yue shook his head and said, "Not yet, but we have some clues. We have already collected 4 fragments and are only missing the last one. Through the 5 fragments, I believe we should be able to find the complete shield. So, all that's missing is the fragment in Zichen's hand." That's right. Whoever can kill Zichen will get the shards of the shield. Whoever gets the 1/5 can take the risk and look for the complete shield. This was obviously another temptation, and it was no weaker than the previous Saint Crystal. The combination of the 2 was enough to shake the firm minds of these powerful existences once again. The few people who had already made up their minds to not provoke Zichen hesitated at this moment, but they still did not immediately express their stance. Ji Wei picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down and took a sip. His expression was indifferent and calm. He was not in a hurry. After a long while, one of them said, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go back and discuss it with my family." Looking at the young man in a colorful robe, Yue nodded and said, "In the Zhan Wu continent, the 5 Elements family is a family with a long history. Dealing with a mere Zichen shouldn't be a problem." The young man from the 5 Elements family nodded slightly, turned around and left. Such an important matter indeed needs to be discussed. A young man with a towering head stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Immediately after, the young men left one after another. They did not immediately give away an accurate answer, and they all said that they would go back and discuss it. After all, the battle prowess Zichen had displayed was simply too strong. In addition, the young experts who had come here all had huge families behind them. Speaking of which, without the nurturing of their families, they really wouldn't have achieved what they had today. According to the information they received, Zichen was still waiting outside the Luo family. When Luo Yao targeted Zichen, it undoubtedly brought trouble to the Luo family. Although Zichen's reputation was not good now, the Luo family had also become the laughingstock of the Zhanwu continent. Although there was a huge temptation now, everyone had to consider the consequences of targeting Zichen. Seeing that everyone had left one after another, and no one had given a clear answer, Yang Wei's face did not reveal any disappointment. If these temptations could not move them, then it was fine. He still had other ways to deal with Zichen. Zichen had been waiting at the door of the Luo family for 2 months, but he still had no intention of leaving. The Luo family in the city was anxious. This time, it could be said that they had lost a lot of face. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His damaged soul had completely recovered. After getting up slightly, Zichen stretched his muscles and bones, which made cracking sounds. Look, Zichen is moving. He finally moved. Is he going to leave? It's been 2 months. Zichen is finally leaving. As soon as Zichen moved, the cultivators in the city who were responsible for watching Zichen noticed it and immediately cried out in alarm. Soon the news spread. One after another, Heavenly Realm experts appeared on the city wall, nervously watching Zichen. As long as Zichen left, this matter would be completely over. Luo Meng, who had rushed over after hearing the news, also nervously looked at Zichen outside. Zichen stretched his muscles and walked forward under the nervous gazes of the crowd. However, when he arrived in front of Yi Qian, he once again stopped. How much do you know about Qi Wei? Zichen came before Yi Qian and asked. When Luo Meng had transmitted to him, he had clearly told him that the reason Luo Yao had challenged Zichen was because of Qi Wei's reward, which was 3 Saint Crystals. Although Saint Crystals could not guarantee that a Heavenly Realm expert would be able to break through the Holy Road, it still represented 3 chances. In layman's terms, if one was lucky, they might be able to create 3 saints. Under normal circumstances, it was already very good for a large family to have 1 saint. 3 saints were unthinkable. The temptation was too great. Qi Wei. Zichen's sudden question caused Yi Qian's expression to falter. Her bright eyes showed obvious emotional fluctuations. Yes, it's him. How much do you know about him? Zichen asked in a low voice. The intelligent Yi Qian seemed to have guessed the reason why Zichen was asking about Qi Wei. After thinking for a moment, she said, He's recognized as the #1 heaven-defying cultivator, but it's just a rumor. No one has seen him in action with their own eyes. However, the Heavenly Realm experts who came from the lofty curved planet with him are all shocked every time Qi Wei is mentioned. No one has seen him in action? Zichen asked. Yes, no one has seen him in action, and no one knows how strong he is. However, the more it's like this, the more mysterious he is. Yi Qian recalled the time she had spent with Qi Wei and said, usually he has a good temper and is very popular with women. However, when I'm with him, I always feel uncomfortable. Oh, I'm different from him. I almost never fight with others because I don't have any enemies. However, he's different. He wasn't born in a big aristocratic family, and no aristocratic family supported him. He relied entirely on himself to achieve what he has today. During his growth, he had many enemies. However, until all of his enemies disappeared, no one has seen him in action. When Zichen heard this, his expression changed. He also didn't come from a big aristocratic family. Throughout his growth, he had many enemies as well. However, there were too many people who had seen him in action. However, no one had seen Qi Wei in action. It was clear that it wasn't that he didn't attack, but that when he attacked, he killed everyone around him. Once or twice was fine. But if he did it every time, then this person was too terrifying. At the very least, in terms of temperament, he was an extremely ruthless existence. This time, Qi Wei represents the highest ruler of the lofty curved planet. After coming to this world, he has already destroyed 2 hidden aristocratic families in the first mainland. After a pause, Yi Qian said, After that, I went to those 2 aristocratic families to investigate. I didn't find any powerful energy fluctuations, nor did I find any survivors. He's a ruthless guy. Moreover, he's cunning enough. Zichen smiled coldly. According to the rumors, Qi Wei was strong enough, but he didn't take the initiative to fight with Zichen. Instead, he used other methods to kill him. This person's temperament was definitely not ordinary. Yi Qian agreed with Zichen's evaluation. She nodded and said, At first, I thought he only wanted to kill. However, after investigating, I found that he seemed to be looking for something. What is he looking for? Zichen asked. Yi Qian shook her head and said, I'm not sure. He doesn't have any friends or close people. No one knows what he's thinking or looking for. Moreover, I'm a little scared when I'm with him. Scared? Zichen was surprised when he heard this. Although he hadn't fought with Yi Qian head-on, he could see that Yi Qian's combat strength was extraordinary. At the very least, she was much stronger than Kun Te and Jian. However, this kind of existence actually felt scared just by being with Qi Wei. Just what kind of person was Qi Wei? Zichen was a little curious about Qi Wei. It's an indescribable fear. It's like being targeted by a hunter or being targeted by a poisonous snake. Yi Qian couldn't explain the specific reason. She just felt scared and didn't want to have any contact with this person, even if this person had always been gentle and elegant. If that's the case, I'd like to meet this person and see what's so strange about him. Zichen's eyes flashed a cold light. It's because of him. Yi Qian looked up at Zichen and asked. Obviously, she was referring to Luo Yao. Zichen nodded and said 3 Saint crystals. That's not a small amount. Yi Qian was very surprised. The two were chatting happily outside, but in Luobu City, a group of Luo family cultivators and Luo family elders were anxious. They prayed for Zichen to leave quickly. Zichen didn't learn too much about Qi Wei from Yi Qian, but it was enough to establish his prestige. When other forces were greedy, they should also consider the consequences and price. 2 people and 1 tiger, under the prayers of the Luo family cultivators, finally left. On the city wall, all the Luo family cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they were shocked to find that Zichen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the city wall. Everyone who had just relaxed became nervous again. This is the last time. If there is a next time, I, Zichen, will destroy the Luo family even if I have to die. The cold voice turned into a sound wave that passed through space and the great array, resounding in the sky above Luobu City. Phew! Hearing this voice, Luo Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, this matter was completely over. Only a fool would provoke you again. Muttering, Luo Meng turned around and left. He had been too depressed recently, so he decided to relax. In the 3rd continent, even the Luo family didn't dare to target Zichen, so the other forces naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Zichen. Thus, Zichen smoothly crossed the border of the 3rd continent and arrived at the 2nd continent. The 2nd continent was the world of the 5 Elements family. It was at this border that they almost fell into the hands of the 5 Elements family. At the critical moment, Saint Rosefinch helped them escape. Looking at the familiar scene and recalling the past, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. He secretly wondered if the 5 Elements family would still target him this time. Chapter 1987. It wasn't difficult to find out about Zichen's whereabouts. Zichen hadn't even reached the 2nd continent, but the news of his appearance had already spread. On a tall mountain peak in the distance, a young man in 5-colored battle robes appeared. He stood on the peak and looked at Zichen with an indifferent expression. With his sharp senses, Zichen turned his head to look at the figure on the mountain peak. It was a very young figure. His 5-colored battle robes fluttered without any wind. His black hair danced behind him, making him look very elegant. Under his young face, his expression was very cold. In his indifferent eyes, there was an undisguised will to fight. To Yi Qian, this was an unfamiliar face. The other party was clearly not a heaven-defying person. But since he dared to appear here so openly, he was naturally an ordinary heaven-state cultivator who was extremely confident in his own strength. Someone from the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Zichen raised his head to look at the young man in the 5-colored battle robe. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Although the other party's eyes were filled with an unconcealable will to fight, he was standing far away on the mountain peak. This action was clearly more of a show of force than a challenge. From the position he was standing, Zichen's 2 months of blocking the Luo family's door seemed to have taken effect. If not for the previous incident, this heaven state cultivator from the Five Elements aristocratic family would have appeared directly opposite Zichen and not on the mountain peak in the distance. From this, it could be seen that his courage was still a little lacking compared to Luo Yao. Looking at the young man who had no intention of coming forward, Zichen laughed mockingly. Then he walked forward as if nothing had happened. The other party had made such a move. Obviously, he hadn't made up his mind to fight with him. After walking for a while, Zichen said indifferently, "Seems like Yue is fanning the flames again." Yiqian, who was following behind, tilted her head and looked at Zichen. She asked curiously, "What do you mean?" If Yue hadn't promised something, he wouldn't be standing here even if he didn't have the heart to fight. Zichen coldly snorted and said, "Today, the other party is standing here. Rather than saying that he's here to show off to me, it's better to say that he's putting on a show for Wei. He and Yue are two different powers. Why does he have to put on an act for Yue? Perhaps it's for St. Crystals, or perhaps it's for something else. In short, he doesn't want to fight with me, nor does he want to offend Yue." Zichen walked away calmly. He concluded that the other party would not dare to make a move. This was not because he was afraid, but because he was considering his family. The young man in the 5-colored battle robe stood on the mountain peak and stared at Zichen from afar. Cold light flashed in his eyes, but his mood was very complicated. As for whether or not to take action against Zichen, the 5 Elements aristocratic families had different opinions. Some agreed, some disagreed, and most of them were conservative. This was because the 5 Elements aristocratic families had already been humiliated in front of Zichen once. Last time, Zichen had swaggered over and even used the transmission array to travel to the first mainland. However, the blame for that incident could be pushed to St. Rosefinch. But this time was different. Zichen had come alone. If he could not defeat Zichen and fled, Zichen would definitely change his route to the 5 Elements aristocratic families. Moreover, because this was the second time, it would definitely not be as easy as the Luo family. After all, Zichen and the 5 Elements aristocratic families had a deep grudge. Once he chose to fight this time, it could be said that he would settle all his old grudges. Although the family had the 5 Elements great array and was not afraid of Zichen forcibly breaking in, Zichen was not a fool. He could not directly break through the array. He could choose to wait outside and kill every member of the 5 Elements aristocratic families that came out. The lifespan of a Heaven Realm expert was unlimited and eternal. Even if Zichen stayed here for 8 to 10 years or even a few decades, it would not affect him at all. However, if a family was blocked by someone for a few decades, the impact on the family would undoubtedly be huge. After hesitating again and again, he recalled that the radical members of the family had said that they would look at the situation. Even when Zichen had disappeared from his sight, he still could not make up his mind. He was still conflicted. However, seeing that Zichen had already disappeared, it seemed that he did not need to make a choice anymore. The outsiders aside, the second mainland was the territory of the 5 Elements aristocratic families. Even the 5 Elements aristocratic families did not dare to make a move, so the other forces did not dare to provoke Zichen. After walking for a long time and not seeing that young man catch up, Yiqian said with a smile, "It seems that not only did you intimidate all the heaven-defying realm experts, you even intimidated the native forces. The native forces have concerns, so it is relatively easier to intimidate them. Moreover, there is no enmity between the two sides. It is only a matter of interests. As long as they are not blinded by interests, it will be fine." The 2 people and 1 tiger left. The young man, who was hesitating again and again, also turned into a ray of light and flew away. He did not return to the 5 Elements aristocratic families. Instead, he flew directly to the first mainland. Zichen was not familiar with the second mainland. The only place he had been to was the road to the five elements aristocratic families. Thus, Zichen familiarly walked in this direction. Seeing Zichen appear in the distance, the city where the five elements aristocratic families were immediately in an uproar. As the brilliance flashed, many Heaven Realm experts appeared. They stared at Zichen, who was at the end of their line of sight, with vigilance. What's going on? Did the five elements aristocratic families attack Zichen? An old man came after hearing the news. When he saw Zichen in the distance, his expression immediately turned ugly. No, we just received news that the five elements aristocratic families are heading directly to the first mainland, said a Heaven Realm expert with a shocked expression. Since they didn't attack, why is Zichen here? Similar situations occurred in the other four families. Everyone did not understand Zichen's purpose in coming here. Zichen's appearance was very likely to be revenge. Thus, many cultivators ran into the city, afraid that Zichen would mercilessly slaughter them. The Heaven Realm experts had not yet entered. They just stared at Zichen vigilantly. The Great Formation had been activated. Once they noticed something wrong, they would retreat into the city as quickly as possible. The patriarchs of the five elements aristocratic families soon appeared. They had naturally received accurate news. They were very clear that the five elements aristocratic families did not attack Zichen this time, and Zichen should not have taken the initiative to come here. Look at how you scared them. Right now, you are really infamous in this world. Seeing the strange movements of the five elements aristocratic families, Yi Qian could not help but laugh, and started to joke about Zichen. Zichen glanced at the Heaven Realm experts, and said indifferently, they have a guilty conscience. If they did not have a guilty conscience, why would they be so cautious? He was not a homicidal maniac. He had not reached the point where not even a blade of grass grew wherever he went. The patriarchs of the five elements aristocratic families did not understand Zichen's purpose in coming here. They nervously looked at Zichen, who was getting closer and closer. Just as they were considering whether to go up and explain to Zichen, they saw that Zichen, who was moving forward, had actually walked from the other side and did not come here. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Following which, the patriarchs shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The other party was just passing through, yet they were so nervous. This was really embarrassing. Seeing Zichen disappear, the patriarch of the two family could not help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he did not attack Zichen. The other patriarchs nodded. The five elements aristocratic families were already so nervous when they did not attack Zichen. If the five elements aristocratic families had attacked and failed, they really did not know how to face Zichen's revenge. The five elements aristocratic families was the young man standing on the peak. He had only comprehended 5 types of laws, but he was stronger than those heaven-defying experts who had comprehended dozens of laws. His name was Five Elements, and he had also comprehended the 5 elemental laws. More importantly, he was born with the 5 elements physique. If he was in the Sky Martial continent, this physique meant that he was born with the 5 elements aristocratic families. The 5 elements aristocratic families headed straight for the first mainland. He wanted to go to the Blue Feather City. However, just as he arrived at the first mainland, he saw a young man in a black robe standing in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Black Dragon, why are you standing here?" Black Dragon looked at the 5 elements aristocratic families and said indifferently, "You did not stop Zichen." The 5 elements aristocratic families did not agree, so I did not attack. You are here to find Yanwei. That's right. I heard some news, and am going to meet him. What about you? Are you going to stop Zichen here? No, I am just here to take a look. The 5 elements aristocratic families nodded and said, Zichen should be here soon. You continue to stay here. I will go to the Blue Feather City to take a look. After saying that, the 5 elements aristocratic families turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths of the first mainland. Seeing the 5 elements aristocratic families leave, Black Dragon said, "Even the 5 elements aristocratic families did not dare to attack. It seems that Zi-Chin is indeed as powerful as the legends say." The 5 elements aristocratic families flew directly to the Blue Feather City, where Yen Wei was at the moment. In Yen Wei's residence, there were 3 other heaven-defying cultivators. Their auras were concealed, but it was not difficult to guess that they were all experts. As the number 1 heaven-defying cultivator, the Blue Feather City where Yen Wei lived was Zi-Chen's first and last stop after arriving at the first mainland. The heaven-defying cultivators from the other mainlands had already arrived at the Blue Feather City. Here, they would witness the battle between Yen Wei and Zi-Chin. If Zi-Chin won, all the heaven-defying cultivators would enter the Star Path. If Yen Wei won, the strongest heaven-defying cultivator in the world, the most promising heaven-defying cultivator, would disappear from the world forever until a new heaven-defying cultivator appeared many years later. This was the location of the final battle. Beside Yen Wei, in addition to the 3 heaven-defying cultivators, there were other experts from the first mainland. Originally, Luo Yao was among these experts. Unfortunately, Luo Yao was defeated and severely injured. His heavenly weapon was destroyed, and his battle strength was greatly reduced. He was no longer qualified to stand here. These Heaven Realm experts from the Zhanwu continent were all from mysterious factions. They were the top experts of their factions, and their battle strength was not weaker than the heaven-defying cultivators. Chapter 1988. Wu Xing, who had just landed, looked at the questioning looks in everyone's eyes, shook his head and said, "I didn't do anything. The family doesn't want to be unified." Although everyone had expected Wu Xing to arrive unscathed, they were still a little disappointed when they heard it from Wu Xing's own mouth. Yen Wei nodded at Wu Xing. The smile on his face did not diminish, nor did his expression change. He looked around and said, "Everyone, I'm sure you've heard about the shield. Since everyone is here today, I might as well tell you that I only have 4 fragments of the shield, but only by collecting 5 fragments can you meet the specific requirement to find the complete shield." The expressions of these masters changed slightly. Obviously, the last fragment was in Zi-Chen's hands. I'm sure some of you have heard that each fragment can bring 1 more slot. In other words, there are only 10 slots with 5 fragments. Due to certain reasons, I've already decided on 8 slots. Hearing this, the expressions of the masters changed again, and they looked around. Including Yang Wei, there were a total of 4 people in the field. It was obvious that they wanted to take up 4 of the 8 spots. There were still 4 people left, but there were a total of 10 Heaven Realm elites in the field, including the 5 elements. Among these 10 people, 6 were not qualified, and this did not include Black Dragon, who was recognized as a master. Yen Wei did not mention the other holders of the slots. Obviously, he wanted these people to fight for the other 2 slots themselves, and it was obvious that the other 2 slots were in Zi-Chen's hands. This was also the last choice left by Yen Wei for everyone, whether they wanted the slots or not. If they didn't want it, there was nothing to say, but if they did, they would have to go to Zi-Chin and snatch it. Taking in everyone's expressions, Yang Wei said, "Because the significance of this shield is too great. There are some things that need to be explained in advance. Once we obtain the complete shield, we will give everyone an additional Saint Crystal as compensation. After initial agreement, everyone will be compensated with 1 piece, and if you encounter any danger along the way, an additional piece will be added. Because this matter is too important, I will put my personal grudges aside for the time being. If Zi-Chin comes to Blue Feather City alive, the last 2 slots will be his, and he can use them as he pleases." When the few of them heard what Qi Wei said, their expressions changed continuously. Gao Wei's meaning was obvious. If they didn't take action against Zi-Chin, he would take Zi-Chin to find the shield, and they would lose this opportunity. Not only would they lose this opportunity, but they would also lose at least a piece of Saint Crystal. Looking at the changing expressions of the crowd, Yan Wei smiled and said, "The choice is up to you." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the room. The other 3 heaven-defying cultivators followed him, giving everyone time to discuss. Right after Yan Wei left, one of the Heavenly Realm experts asked, "Everyone, is there anyone who wants to withdraw?" "We've already come to this point. Who would withdraw?" Looking at Dark Rock, who spoke, 5 elements said. The others were silent. Silence indicated that they agreed with the 5 elements' words. Dark Rock nodded and said, "Good. Since no one wants to withdraw, then let's discuss how to get Zi-Chen's slot. Including Black Dragon, we have a total of 11 people. However, there are only 6 slots. Even if we successfully get a slot from Zi-Chen, there are still 5 people who don't qualify. I think what we need to consider now is who will get the slots." A cultivator with lightning flashing around his body said. After another Heavenly Realm expert heard this, he nodded and said, "Lei Dong is right. There are only 6 slots, but we have 11 people. Before we act, we need to consider how to distribute them. Don't you think it's too early to discuss this? Let's talk about it after we get the slots. After all, if we can't get the slots, it's useless to discuss it," Dark Rock said with some dissatisfaction. The young man named Lei Dong said indifferently, "That's true. However, fighting Zi-Chen will be very dangerous. No one wants to take such a big risk and get nothing." Hearing Lei Dong's words, 5 elements frowned slightly and said, "I think it's meaningless to talk about this now. Even if we promise to give you all the slots, if we can't get the slots from Zi-Chen, everything will be empty words. Fighting Zi-Chen might lead to death. I also think it's better to discuss the distribution of benefits in advance," another Heavenly Realm expert said. "Humph," Dark Rock said with dissatisfaction. "What's there to talk about? Nothing is without risk. Everyone who participates and fights will die for nothing. As for those who live and lose their qualifications, everyone will be compensated with a Saint Crystal." A Heavenly Realm expert looked at Dark Rock and said, "That's easy to say. Do you have any Saint Crystals on you?" "I don't have any on me, but won't I have some after killing Zi-Chen? Don't tell me 3 Saint Crystals aren't enough for 5 people. I believe that when we kill Zi-Chen, Zi-Chen will drag 1 or 2 of us down with him. As for who lives and who dies, it will depend on who is more unlucky." Dark Rock's words contained a touch of anger. He glanced at Lei Dong with disdain in his eyes. There were rumors that Lei Dong was not from the Zhan-Wu continent. He did not believe it at first, but today he believed it. Although the Thunder Clan of the Zhan-Wu continent had declined, it was impossible for them to cultivate such a calculative existence. Since we've already talked about it, then it's very good. Whoever dies will be unlucky. If anyone disagrees, then withdraw. Lei Dong chuckled as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as everyone was discussing how to get a spot, Zi-Chen, Yi-Chen, and Black Tiger had already arrived at the first mainland. In Zi-Chen's impression, the first mainland was very big, with few cities and few cultivators. However, as soon as he arrived at the first mainland, Zi-Chen saw many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were Heavenly Realm experts, and the weakest was at the pseudo-Heavenly Realm. They were with the foreign races, and there were many of them. They stood very far away, and each of them had a curious look on their faces. When they saw Zi-Chen and Yi-Chen appear, they immediately cried out in surprise, and then there was a small commotion. Looking around, Zi-Chen also saw a few heaven-defying cultivators in the crowd. Zi-Chen knew very well that almost all the heaven-defying cultivators who were still alive in the Zhan-Wu continent had come to the first mainland. Their final fate would be decided on this mainland after the battle. Zi-Chen, who was walking forward, stopped and looked ahead. There was a person in a black robe who was quietly looking at him. Looking at the person who blocked his way, Zi-Chen smiled and said, "As expected of the first mainland, a place where experts come forth in large numbers. I've just arrived, and I've already met someone blocking my way. I'm Zi-Chen. May I know your name and where you are from?" Zi-Chen's words were very polite, but there was a hidden meaning in them. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, Black Dragon looked at Zichen and smiled faintly. He said, "I don't dare to accept such a title. I'm Black Dragon from the Dragon Clan." Zichen nodded and narrowed his eyes. He said, "I've heard of the Dragon Clan. It's a hidden clan and is said to be very powerful. If there's a chance, I'd like to take a look and pay them a visit." Hearing the hidden meaning in Zichen's words, the corner of Black Dragon's mouth twitched. The rumors were true. This Zichen was indeed vicious and merciless. He hadn't even made a move, and Zichen was already threatening him with his clan. But how could the powerful and mysterious Dragon Clan be afraid of being threatened by others? Black Dragon's heart was suddenly filled with a heroic spirit. The powerful Dragon Clan would not submit or be threatened. He looked at Zichen in front of him and said in a clear voice, "Zichen, you might have misunderstood me. I'm just here to take a look. The real battlefield waiting for you is in Blue Feather City." As his voice fell, Black Dragon turned around and left. His movements were swift and unrestrained. Ah! Yiqian stared blankly at the disappearing black shadow in front of her, unable to say a single word. She had clearly felt the heroic aura emanating from the other party earlier. In Yiqian's opinion, this person would definitely have a great battle with Zichen, but she did not expect that the other party would simply turn around and leave. Similarly, the cultivators and foreign races who had been waiting for a long time were also speechless. They had arrived early and waited here. Wasn't it just to watch a big battle? Zichen had arrived, and the other party had blocked his way. A good show was about to begin, but the other party turned around and left. This was like asking someone to watch something like this, even though they had already taken off their pants. Is this guy really an expert? I've never seen an expert like him. He just said a few words and ran away. What kind of *T expert is this? You should at least show us a few moves and let us broaden our horizons. Everyone was very depressed when they didn't see the battle they had imagined. Their impression of Black Dragon instantly dropped to the lowest point. They were completely speechless. Zichen had seen all kinds of experts along the way. However, it was his first time seeing someone like Black Dragon, who left after saying a few words. The dragon race. Could it be that the rebel dragon is a race? Zichen recalled the two guys he had beaten up when he first came to the first mainland. In Zichen's opinion, Black Dragon was a rather interesting person. However, he didn't let his guard down because Black Dragon had already told him that his battle would be in Blue Feather City. He believed that there would be many experts waiting there. "I know Blue Feather City. Ji Wei is there. If they are waiting for you in Blue Feather City, that should be the final battle." Yiqian looked at Zichen and reminded him, "There should be many experts gathered in Blue Feather City now. If they join forces, I'm afraid you'll be in danger." Zichen sneered and said, "If they don't care about their reputation, they can join forces. Let's go to Blue Feather City." With a bold smile, Zichen headed for Blue Feather City under Yiqian's guidance. Zichen had already crossed 9 continents. Today was the day he had to go. No matter how dangerous the situation ahead was, he would go through. This was also the last thing he would do for this world with his identity as a heaven-defying expert of the Zhanwu continent. After this battle, if Zichen was still alive, he would pursue his own path. Chapter 1989. You've really made up your mind. Seeing Zichen's unwavering determination, Yiqian, who was following closely behind, was moved. Black Dragon had clearly said that the true battle would take place in Blue's Feather City. As far as she knew, Rocky had always been in Blue's Feather City. Apart from Rocky, there should be many other experts gathered there. During the time she had spent with Zichen's bad reputation had spread. During this time, Yiqian had witnessed Zichen's ruthlessness and arrogance, as well as Zichen's extraordinary mentality and his vengeful nature. In this world, Zichen's reputation was very bad. Along the way, Yiqian had never been able to see through Zichen. When she heard those bad rumors, her opinion of Zichen had gradually changed. Just like how Zichen had said that they weren't friends, she also didn't treat Zichen as a friend. The two of them had only been together for a transaction. But today, looking at that tall and straight back, Yi Qian had an indescribable feeling. He knew full well that it was dangerous and he might even die, but he still went forward without hesitation. While bearing the infamy of the entire world, he still insisted on driving out all the heaven defiers. Could such a person really be an ungrateful, arrogant, ruthless, and heartless existence? The mysterious Zichen now made Yi Qian even more unable to see through him. Just what kind of person was he? For the sake of this world, he didn't hesitate to give up his life and bear the infamy of this world. Yi Qian couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. At this moment, she was undoubtedly moved by this mysterious and strange person. She even began to doubt her opinion of him. She couldn't help but wonder if the infamy of the entire world was wrong. They had all misunderstood him. Zichen didn't know about Yi Qian's complicated feelings. Sensing that Yi Qian usually didn't follow him, he stopped and turned around to look at her. With a faint smile on his face, Zichen was stunned for a moment when he saw the pair of eyes blurred by water vapor. Then he asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "You might die," Yi Qian said. Her voice was choked with sobs. When Zichen heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on his face again. Then he smiled casually and said, "You're worried about me. Don't worry too much. We're just making a deal. Besides, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I'll be fine." Hearing Zichen's laughter and looking at Zichen's frivolous expression, Yi Qian had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if there was another version of herself hidden under this face. Thus she who did not follow up said again, "They are all in Blue Feather City. You really might die." Looking at Yi Qian, who was speaking from the bottom of her heart, Zichen's heart wavered. However, the smile on his face didn't fade. He still smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Zichen narrowed his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "You and I have already made a deal. How can I let go of a beauty like you? Even if it's for you, I won't die so easily." As he spoke, Zichen looked Yi Qian up and down. The gaze in his eyes was the most unrestrained since the two of them had met. Usually, no one would dare to look at Yi Qian with such a gaze. Yi Qian also hated such an existence. However, today, when she saw Zichen's unrestrained and lustful gaze, she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. At this moment, she was even more confused. She couldn't see through Zichen clearly. "Let's go." Without looking at Yi Qian, Zichen turned his head and walked towards Blue Feather City. Black Tiger, who was usually quite a distance away from Zichen, was now following Zichen closely, not leaving his side at all. His expression was calm, but his heart was filled with complicated feelings. He liked Zichen's character very much. However, after entering the city this time, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to leave. No, definitely not. A cold voice rang out outside Blue Feather City. Zichen must not enter the city. Another firm voice rang out. Knowing that the final battle would take place in Blue Feather City, all the cultivators had already returned to Blue Feather City. However, there were 2 Heaven Realm cultivators standing outside Blue Feather City with determined expressions. If Zichen was here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. They were the 2 people who had provoked him when he first came to the first mainland. One of them was the Rebel Dragon, and the other was naturally the Golden Rock. Back then, the 2 of them often fought each other, and there was almost no victor. The 2 of them thought they were invincible, but they accidentally provoked Zichen and were beaten up. They swore that once they entered the Heaven Realm, they would definitely get back at him for the humiliation. Although they had entered the Heaven Realm long ago, compared to Zichen, who had awed the whole world, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Golden Rock glanced at Rebel Dragon and said, "Seriously, there are too many experts in the city now." Zi-chan must not enter the city. He'll definitely die. Rebel Dragon nodded and said, "That's right. We must stop Zi-chan from entering the city. Let's go." Just as everyone was flying towards the city, Rebel Dragon and Golden Rock flew in the opposite direction. Their goal was very clear, which was to stop Zi-chan. When the whole world was cursing Zi-chan, the reason why they helped Zi-chan was that they had met and talked to Zi-chan before. The scene that day was still vivid in their minds, so they naturally knew what kind of person Zi-chan was. As members of the mysterious family, they knew more about this world and the heaven-defying cultivators. They knew a lot of secrets, so they naturally knew Zi-chan's difficulties. The heaven-defying cultivators were the hope of the whole Zhanwu continent. It was because of the heaven-defying cultivators that the alien races didn't dare to act recklessly. After entering the heaven realm, they became stronger, but there was still a gap between them and those experts. They didn't expect to get the Saint Crystals, but they didn't want the hope of the Zhanwu continent to die like this. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, rushed into the distance. Powerful auras filled the world. Wherever they passed, huge wind pressure was formed and trees were swaying. "Stop!" The two saw Zi-chan in the distance, and their indifferent voices resounded through the world. The two stopped in front of Zi-chan, exuding powerful auras. Looking at the two, Zi-chan's eyes flashed with surprise, but then his expression became indifferent, and he said coldly, "You dare block my way? Do you want to die?" Rebel Dragon responded with a cold snort, "This road is blocked." A powerful aura surged, and Golden Rock took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. "If you insist on going forward, this will be your end." The two appeared and blocked him to prevent him from going to Blue Feather City, which made Zi-chan feel a little moved. He shook his head and said, "Those who block me will die." With a cold snort, Golden Rock said, "Zi-chan, I knew you would say this. Today is the time to settle the grudge between us. Yes, it's time to wash away the shame." Golden Rock's words also became extremely cold. Looking at the two, Zi-chan said indifferently, "I'm happy to accompany you." Shameless boasting. A cold light flashed in Golden Rock's eyes as he dashed toward Zi-chan with the fastest speed in the world. Die! Golden Rock's body shone with golden light as he also displayed his fastest speed. The two turned into two beams of light, one on the left and one on the right, dashing toward Zi-chan. As they dashed forward, heavenly weapons appeared in their hands one after another. Cold, murderous intent resounded in the world as they wanted to kill Zi-chan. Looking at the two who were dashing forward, Zi-chan sneered and said disdainfully, "You dare to display your fastest speed in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." Light flashed under Zi-chan's feet as he displayed the fastest speed in the world. A mysterious power spread out in all directions. That power caused the void to tremble and spread out in all directions. The two people who were enveloped by that power felt their speed being suppressed. Slash! Feeling the layers of pressure in the surrounding space, and Ai Long's expression changed slightly. He raised the dragon-shaped, sharp blade in his hand high. With a loud shout, a dragon's roar resounded in the world. A true dragon rushed out of the sharp blade and dashed toward Zi-chan. Surging energy surged as a brilliant golden fist light illuminated the world. It landed on the true dragon with an unstoppable force. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion in the world. Then, a terrifying energy ripple spread out. The true dragon exploded in an instant, and Ai Long's body was blown away by the terrifying energy. Heavenly Rock wings. A pair of golden wings appeared on Golden Rock's back. As the wings trembled, his speed skyrocketed in an instant. He passed through the layers of surging energy ripples in an instant, passing over Zi-chan's head and arriving behind Zi-chan. Rock counterattack. Arriving behind Zi-chan, Golden Rock's speed skyrocketed again as he launched a spinning attack. A cold light appeared in Golden Rock's hand and pierced toward Zi-chan's back. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Zi-chan's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately turned around and punched out. Boom! The dazzling fist light carried a powerful aura. After leaving Zichen's body, it exploded. The violent energy raged in the world. Zichen stood in the sky, motionless, while Goldenrock was blown away. There was a golden rain of blood in the world. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Goldenrock looked at Zichen with a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't expect that after so many years, Zichen had become even stronger after entering the Heaven Realm. Goldenrock couldn't even block one attack from Zichen. Looking at Enai Long in the distance, Enai Long was also shocked. However, their goal today was to stop Zichen. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and charged toward Zichen again. Dragon reverse 8 steps. With a roar, Enai Long's body shook and transformed into a pure true dragon. A powerful aura surged on the true dragon. It danced in the air and stared at Zichen with cold eyes. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the world. Enai Long flew toward Zichen. As he moved forward, a destructive aura burst out of him. Chapter 1990. The rebel dragon took 8 steps in the air, shaking the void. A terrifying pressure swept across the land, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. A resonant dragon roar rose and fell, echoing for thousands of miles in an imposing manner. The sky changed color, the wind blew and the clouds moved. Space twisted crazily, as if it was the end of the world. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of Blue Feather City. Sensing the heaven-defying energy in the surging aura, many heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed. It's a battle between heaven-defying cultivators. How is that possible? Almost all the heaven-defying cultivators are in Blue Feather City. Who would fight outside? Many heaven-defying cultivators in Blue Feather City discussed animatedly, clearly confused. There seemed to be only one heaven-defying cultivator outside the city. That was Zichen. Could it be that Zichen was the one fighting? The heaven-defying sovereigns who had such a guess widened their eyes in disbelief. Under such circumstances, who would dare to fight Zichen? While everyone was guessing, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the city. Zichen is fighting. The rebel dragon and the golden rock have stopped him. They're fighting. The voice caused an uproar in Blue Feather City. The rebel dragon and the golden rock were no strangers to the cultivators of the first mainland. They'd always been powerful and could fight cultivators above their level at every stage. During the invasion of the alien tribes, they'd killed many of them and made a name for themselves. Even when facing heaven-defying cultivators of the alien tribes, they could retreat unscathed. Their combat strength was extraordinary. But today they were fighting against Zichen. While the crowd was in an uproar, they shook their heads. Clearly, they didn't think the two would win. After all, they could retreat unscathed against heaven-defying cultivators, but Zichen could slaughter them. You're courting death. Is Zichen someone you can provoke? Hearing this voice, Black Dragon, who just returned to the city, couldn't help but grimace. He cursed inwardly. Anxiety appeared in his eyes. Considering the rebel dragon's comfort, he didn't care about anything else and rushed to the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Wait for me, and Peng's voice rang out. He also turned into a stream of light and chased after them. Just as the black dragon was worried that Zichen would kill the rebel dragon, and Peng was also worried about the golden rock, and Peng's face was filled with anger. These two were usually serious and impolite. Today, they actually dared to provoke Zichen. Weren't they simply courting death? Zichen, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lei Dong's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a battle of fate. Let's see who will live and who will die." Lei Dong turned into a thunderbolt and followed the two of them. "Let's go. Follow them." When the remaining experts saw this, they quickly followed after him. Following that, streaks of light soared into the sky. The cultivators who had just entered the city once again flew out of the city. Clearly, they were going to watch the show. Hearing the commotion, Yan Wei and the 3 heaven-defying experts came out of the room. Should we follow them? One of the heaven-defying sovereigns asked as they watched the rays of light soar into the sky. Yan Wei looked up and shook his head, saying no need. The heaven-defying expert continued. 5 elements, and the others have left too. They're probably outside attacking Zichen. Shouldn't we go and take a look? Yan Wei looked away and smiled, saying, if they kill Zichen, then this person has nothing to do with me. If they can't kill Zichen, then Zichen will still come here. Why should I go out and see him? Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. There's nothing worth knowing about this person anymore. Yan Wei turned and walked back to his room. That's right. We've seen too many of his battle videos. If he can, then we'll meet him sooner or later. If he can't, then what's the point of meeting him? The other heaven-defying expert also smiled and went back to his room, leaving the 2 heaven-defying experts looking at each other. When everyone arrived at the battlefield, they saw the inverse dragon transforming into a true dragon. The inverse dragon's 8 steps shocked everyone. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying pressure that rushed out from the heaven and earth. This is the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It's so powerful. Not bad. Seeing that the battle was still going on, and Peng let out a sigh of relief and came to Black Dragon's side. Looking at the true dragon in the sky, Black Dragon shook his head and said, it's not the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It's the inverse dragon's 8 steps. This guy created it himself. And Peng chuckled, self-created steps. Interesting. After 8 steps, the inverse dragon's aura had reached its peak. With a resounding dragon roar, the inverse dragon dove down at Zichen. Feeling the inverse dragon's aura, Zichen's expression turned serious. He stood in the sky, golden light surging around him, and heaven-defying energy surged out of his body. As the heaven-defying energy surged, Zichen's clenched right fist began to emit a dazzling light. Then, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions with Zichen as the center. An energy fist rushed toward the inverse dragon in the sky. Wherever it passed, the space shattered and a black hole appeared. Boom! The fist hit the inverse dragon and suddenly exploded. The golden, heaven-defying energy swept over the inverse dragon. With a sorrowful dragon roar, the inverse dragon, who had revealed its true form, was sent flying. In the sky, dragon blood splattered. The inverse dragon was defeated in one move. Seeing this scene, the experts who saw Zichen for the first time were all moved. Roar! Just as the inverse dragon was sent flying, a resounding rock cry resounded. In the sky, a golden rock appeared. The rock's eyes were cold, and there was a golden crown on its head. It was like a golden sun, emitting dazzling golden light. As the golden rock flapped its wings, beams of energy shot out in all directions like raindrops. Each beam of energy paused in the air and turned into a small golden rock. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 golden rocks appeared. They all rushed toward Zichen at the same time. Some attacked Zichen's body, while some attacked Zichen's soul. Golden light flashed as the golden rocks rushed toward Zichen. It was a spectacular scene. Energy vibrated around Zichen. A visible energy ripple spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy ripple passed, the golden rocks exploded into energy and dissipated. Some ignored the energy attack and rushed toward Zichen's sea of consciousness. But in Zichen's sea of consciousness, the perfect spiritual thought vibration turned into ripples that destroyed the golden rocks that rushed into his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, all the golden rocks in the sky dissipated. Only the true form of the rock swooped down toward Zichen. Boom! Seeing that, Zichen punched out. Golden light shone in the sky, and the powerful energy burst out. The rock's blood splattered. The golden rock flew backward. It was defeated in one move again. The golden rock and the rebel dragon transformed back into their human forms. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. They didn't attack again. Their faces looked awful. It wasn't because they lost to Zichen. The two of them fought with Zichen because they wanted to stop Zichen from entering Blue Feather City and sending him to his death. However, what they did not expect was that the battle actually attracted everyone here. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. When they looked at Zichen once again, there was guilt in their eyes. Seeing the guilt in their eyes, Zichen smiled at them and said, "If you don't agree, you can come again." The rebel dragon nodded and said, "Okay, let's find another place to fight." Enough. However, as soon as he said that, someone shouted angrily, "You too, back off." The rebel dragon's expression changed. What he didn't want to happen finally happened. He looked back at the black dragon flying over and said indifferently, "This is between us and Zichen. We'll solve it ourselves." "That's right." The golden rock nodded. "You two are so weak. Don't show off here. If Zichen didn't hold back, you two would be dead already," the black dragon said coldly. "That's between the two of us. Get lost. This is none of your business. Go back and cultivate in seclusion." The black dragon stared at the rebel dragon in front of him. His expression was extremely cold. "Golden rock, you go back too." "This is none of your business," the dark rock followed and said to the golden rock. Zichen, who had witnessed the entire scene, could naturally tell that the relationship between the two of them was not shallow. Ignoring the rebel dragon, the black dragon turned to Zichen and said unhappily, "Your battlefield is in Sangyu City. You shouldn't fight here." Glancing at the black dragon, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "I think the environment here is good. Since everyone is here, let's fight here." "Humph, how arrogant. Who do you think you are?" A cold voice with a bit of resentment came from the crowd. Then a figure with lightning flashing around him walked out. He stared at Zichen. Looking at this young man who was obviously from the Lei clan, Zichen's expression was slightly startled. The other party's face, which was twisted with hatred, gave him a very familiar feeling, as if the two of them had met somewhere before. "Zichen, do you still remember me?" The man stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Who are you?" Asked Zichen. He felt that the man was very familiar, but he couldn't remember. It seemed that in this world, the number of people from the Thunder Clan he had seen was very limited. Seeing that the enemy Zichen was constantly thinking about had forgotten him, Lei Dong's expression became even colder. He looked at Zichen and said word by word, "The Thunder Clan of the Tianmu continent. You stole my heavenly lightning wings. Do you still remember?" Oh, Zichen immediately came to a realization. He finally understood why the other party looked so familiar. The first time he had gone to the Thunder Clan, Lei Dong had colluded with the demon race to forcibly take over the Thunder Clan. He hadn't expected to run into him. In a battle, Lei Dong had almost been killed by Zichen. However, he had escaped at the last moment. As for Zichen, he had only obtained the heavenly lightning wings. Chapter 1991. Hearing Zichen call out his name, Lei Dong wanted to laugh out loud and say, "Zichen, even you have such a day." But Zichen's next words almost made him vomit blood. Back then, as a Sky Realm expert, he had unparalleled fighting power. He had almost controlled the entire Thunder Clan on the Sky Martial continent. At that time, he had the heavenly lightning wings and mastered many Thunder Clan techniques. But everything that had belonged to him had been destroyed by Zichen. Even the heavenly lightning wings had been stolen by Zichen. After thousands of years, the two of them met again, and Zichen mentioned the heavenly lightning wings. This was a naked humiliation to Lei Dong. "Zichen, don't be so smug. Today, you will definitely die. Your heavenly lightning wings are mine." Looking at Zichen's smug face, Lei Dong snorted coldly. He couldn't vent his anger. Hearing that, Zichen's eyes lit up. "So, you really do have the heavenly lightning wings." The heavenly lightning wings had 12 wings. Zi Qin had only obtained half of them. He still needed the other half. So what? Lei Dong's tone was cold. Then I'll thank you in advance. Zi Chen's eyes were shining with greed. Being stared at by such greedy eyes, Lei Dong felt uncomfortable. He shouted coldly, "Stop dreaming. Zi Qin, you will definitely die today. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." As soon as Lei Dong finished speaking, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. They immediately retreated. From their conversation, they could tell that Lei Dong and Zi Qin had long had enmity. They didn't want to get involved. Voila! Everyone scattered. They had only come to watch the battle. They didn't have the strength to participate. Soon the battlefield was empty. Only a few people didn't retreat. Zi Qin looked around. Excluding the Dragon Rebel and the Golden Rock, there were 11 people left. Obviously, they were all experts. Seeing these 11 people, Yi Qian's expression changed. There was no doubt that they were all targeting Zi Qin. However, before Zi Qin could face Yue, he had to deal with these 11 people first. Black Tiger's blood-red eyes swept across the crowd as a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Usually, he would have been the first to run at this time. However, he did not retreat a single step today. For some unknown reason, Yi Qian didn't back away either. The 11 of them stood in the middle of the arena, and Zi Qin could already feel the pressure even without making a move. He calmly retracted his gaze and looked at Lei Dong as he shook his head and said with a disappointed expression, "After not seeing you for so many years, I thought you had become more daring. It turns out that you are still the same as you were many years ago. Fortunately, you have grown some brains and know not to seek help from the strange races." Zi Chen was talking about the matter of Lei Dong colluding with the alien races. Zi Chen's intentional humiliation caused Lei Dong's expression to turn ugly. However, he was not someone easy to deal with. He coldly said, "So you are afraid." "Afraid? What a joke." Zi Chen laughed out loud. Zi Chen even dared to face billions of invading strange races. Why would I be afraid of such a small scene? You don't have to provoke me. If you want to kill me, just come at me. Zi Chen, will accompany you to the end. Okay, I will be happy to fulfill your wish, Lei Dong coldly said. Hearing that the battle was about to start, Golden Rock and Rebel Dragon were a little anxious. They looked at their elder brother at the same time and communicated with their spiritual thoughts. "Elder brother, can't you see the situation now? The strange races want us to kill each other. If we join forces to kill Zi Qin today, the strange races will have no more scruples, and this world will really be plunged into misery and suffering." Rebel Dragon fixed his eyes on Black Dragon and communicated with him at the same time. Black Dragon looked at the arena in silence. Not everyone would choose righteousness. In the face of great personal interests, righteousness was something that could be completely abandoned. "Everyone, I think there is another way to solve this matter," Black Dragon said as his expression changed. Everyone's attention was drawn to Heilong. Lei Dong sneered. "Heilong, you can't be afraid, right? There is only one way to resolve this matter, and that is to kill Zi Qin." No. Black Dragon stretched out a finger and shook it. "In fact, our goal is only the 2 quotas. The final goal is only the quotas. The process doesn't have to be a battle." Hearing Black Dragon's words, the other experts were also a little shaken. Lei Dong's expression gradually turned ugly. He coldly said, "Black Dragon, what do you mean? Are you naive to think that he will give you the fragments of the shield for free?" "This matter is completely negotiable," Black Dragon said. Lei Dong smiled coldly and said, "All right then, let me see what kind of method this is." Without waiting for Black Dragon to speak again, Lei Dong turned his head to Zi Qin and said, "Zi Qin, if you don't want to die, hand over the fragments of the shield and get the hell out of here." Hearing Lei Dong's tone that was clearly not for negotiation, the expressions of the surrounding people instantly changed. His tone was clearly for Zi Qin to refuse and for everyone to join forces to kill Zi Qin. Lei Dong's intention was very clear. It was purely to kill Zichen. Zichen looked at Lei Dong with the same smile on his face. Although so many years had passed, this person still had a pig's brain. With such an obvious intention, he still purposely reminded him. Did he really think that others were fools? Logically speaking, Lei Dong should not be so frivolous and impulsive with his current achievements. The reason why he was unable to control his emotions today was because he was too angry in his heart. In the past, Zichen had hurt him too deeply. Back then, he was a high and mighty figure who was only one step away from obtaining everything he wanted. However, Zichen's sudden appearance had pushed him from the peak to the abyss. Even after so many years, he was still brooding. Now that he saw Zichen, he naturally could not suppress his killing intent. Out of the 5 fragments, Yue had obtained 4. Although Yue had clearly stated that if Zichen came to Blue Feather City, the last 2 slots would be Zichen's, no one could guarantee that Yue would really let go of his personal grudges. If Yue suddenly joined forces to attack Zichen while searching for the fragments of the shield, Zichen would definitely be in danger. This possibility could not be ruled out. Black Dragon had considered this possibility when he said that they should discuss. As long as he said this, Zichen might voluntarily hand over the fragments of the shield. However, Lei Dong's words made the most likely possibility of obtaining the fragments of the shield instantly become impossible. This was because no one would be willing to give away their items for free after hearing such words. Everyone looked at Zichen, waiting for Zichen's reply. The smile on Zichen's face did not fade. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten that I still have a fragment like this. Speaking of which, this fragment's defense is very strong. I think it can at least block the attacks of 2 people." While speaking, Zichen took out the fragment of the shield. The pitch-black fragment exuded a powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the broken pieces of the shield. It was a fragment of the shield, a rare treasure of the world. When it was complete, it was a powerful holy weapon, known as the strongest defense. Playing with the fragment in his hand, Zichen said indifferently, "If you want to fight, then bring it on." Signaling Rebel Dragon to stay behind him, Black Dragon stepped forward and said, "Zichen, you misunderstood. We don't mean anything else. We just have another use for this fragment of the shield." "What use? Can you find the complete shield?" Black Dragon said, "I'll tell you the truth. This shield fragment, Yue already has 4 pieces. Adding the one you have, he will be able to find a clue to the complete shield. Then we will all go and explore together. One of the fragments has 2 spots. Yue has already arranged the spots, and we need the 2 spots you have." Black Dragon's news surprised Zichen, but soon Zichen said, "Even if I give you the 2 spots, do you dare to take them?" Black Dragon naturally understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. "Among the 10 spots, Yanwei only has 4. The remaining 6 are among us." The smart Zichen knew what Black Dragon meant. He said directly, "If that's the case, this fragment is not only useless in my hands, but also dangerous." Black Dragon chuckled, but did not say anything. "If that's the case, it's not a big deal to give it to you." Everyone's expression changed. If they could obtain these 2 spots without having to fight, it would naturally be extremely good. Lei Dong was the only one who was unhappy. What he needed was to kill Zichen and snatch the fragment, not get the fragment without fighting. Even if he didn't want the fragment, he still wanted Zichen to die. As long as he could kill Zichen, he didn't care about the spots. He was screaming in his heart that Zichen shouldn't agree. Perhaps Zichen heard Lei Dong's heartfelt cry, but he glanced at Lei Dong and said calmly, "But I feel that there might be another way to look at this matter." Everyone's expression changed again, including Black Dragon. Fortunately, Black Dragon was still calm. He asked, "What is it?" Raising the fragment in his hand, Zichen said, "Since there are 5 fragments and 10 spots, why don't you go and ask for the other 4 spots?" "Why are you asking for my 2 spots?" Everyone was stunned. Lei Dong's heart was filled with joy. Zi Qin was really a greedy guy. When he heard that he could find the complete shield, he didn't want to give up the fragment. As expected, people die for wealth and birds die for food. But this was for the best. Since we already know that 5 fragments can find the shield, as a member of the Zhanwu continent, although we are not familiar with each other and may even be enemies, our relationship should be closer than that of the alien race. Why give the opportunity to find the shield to the alien race? They have already obtained 4 fragments. During this period, who knows how many families they have slaughtered. So why let them find the shield? Zi Qin looked at everyone and said, "Why not give this chance to us? If we get the spots, we can go and find the shield ourselves. No matter who gets it, it's better than those outsiders, right?" They were all silent. Chapter 1992. Listening to Zi Chen's presumptuous and bold words. Many pagan tribes around changed their faces, looking at Zi Qin disbelievingly. Everybody knew that in the pagan tribes' minds, Gao Yi was recognized as the strongest heaven-defying warrior. The title of the strongest heaven-defying warrior was much more important than Zi Qin, who is known as the strongest heaven-defying warrior. Now, hearing Zi Chen's words, the warriors who were watching the battle changed their faces. They looked at Zi Chen with disdain. In their eyes, Zi Qin wasn't just boasting. He was shameless because he didn't want to be besieged. Hearing him, the 11 warriors changed their faces, looking at Zi Qin in bewilderment. They were here to kill Zi Qin. However, they didn't expect that Zi Qin would persuade them to attack the pagan tribes. Moreover, he acted as if what he said was reasonable. He looked so confident, as if Gao Yi was just a cat or a dog. The Dragon Rebel and the Golden Rock looked at everybody's bewildered faces and felt amused. They thought that Zi Qin was worthy of his reputation. He could make people react that way with just a few words. "Do you think we're idiots? You want us to attack the heaven-defying warriors?" A mocking voice arose. It was Lei Dong. He didn't want to see Zi Qin turn them against the heaven-defying warriors of the pagan tribes. He had only one goal this time, which was to kill Zi Qin and take everything from Zi Qin. Am I wrong? Shouldn't we unite to fight against the enemy? Zi Qin looked at Lei Dong and said coldly, "Or you're afraid of the pagan tribes, so you don't dare to attack them. Or you're still the same as that year. You want to collude with the pagan tribes." Harumph. Lei Dong harumphed and said disdainfully, "Zi Qin, you're a strong warrior. Don't you think it's silly and childish to provoke us with words? We're only here for the quota. Why should we kill the pagan tribes? Moreover, do you think we're stupid enough to listen to you and help you deal with the pagan tribes?" Lei Dong looked at Zi Qin with disdain in his eyes. "Or do you think you're more difficult to kill than 4 heaven-defying warriors?" Ladies and gentlemen, whoever believes Zi Chen's words today is a true idiot. You may not know this person, but I have known him for thousands of years, so I know him very well. This person is ruthless, greedy, and vicious. It is impossible to make him hand over the fragment. He even wants to use this fragment to find the perfect shield. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Lei Dong said, "What he said about dealing with the foreign tribes might be true, but the premise is that in the process of dealing with the foreign tribes, he will also harm us along the way until he is the last one. Then he will take the 5 fragments and look for the perfect shield." Just as Lei Dong finished, someone else said, "That's impossible. Zi Qin isn't that kind of person." Looking at the Rebel Dragon, Lei Dong smiled and said, "Rebel Dragon, you only know Zi Qin through a battle. Back then, Zi Qin even stepped on you to get to the top. I know him very well. If we didn't come early, you and the Golden Rock would have been killed by him. He's inhumane." Since Lei Dong had made up his mind to deal with Zi Qin, he naturally had a deep understanding of Zi Qin. Of course, he knew about the Rebel Dragon and Zi Qin. While Lei Dong was talking, the others didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had their own plans and were waiting to see what would happen. Looking at the silent crowd, Lei Dong said, "Everyone, there's no need to hesitate. This is our only chance." Zi Qin didn't argue. In front of absolute power, all arguments were useless. The logic between cultivators was always from the mouth of the strong. He looked at Lei Dong and smiled faintly. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time. I won't let you escape again. You won't. You'll be the one to die today, Lei Dong said confidently. However, his expression was a bit twisted and there was hatred on his face. As his aura surged, he saw that the girl beside Zi Chen still didn't move. Lei Dong frowned and said, Miss Yi Qian, this is a matter of the Zhanwu continent. Are you going to interfere? As the target of all heaven-defying cultivators, Lei Dong naturally knew Yi Qian. He also knew of Yi Qian's use. She wasn't just targeted at heaven-defying cultivators. She was a temptation that no heavenly plane cultivator could resist. Once he gained her favor, he would definitely be able to break through the holy road. Hence, Lei Dong was very polite when speaking to Yi Qian. Yi Qian shook her head and said, This is a grudge between you all. I won't interfere. Lei Dong didn't want to provoke Yi Qian. Hearing Yi Qian's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yi Qian said again, But I hate your method of fighting with numbers. If you really have the strength, then fight with Zi Chen. Lei Dong was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He had been shouting about killing Zi Chen, but he didn't have the confidence to fight with Zi Chen alone. It wasn't just him. None of the 11 people present dared to say that they could fight with Zi Chen alone. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. As for not joining forces, in the entire Zhanwu continent, there was probably only one person who dared to attack Zi Chen. Yi Qian's gaze wasn't sharp. It was even a little gentle. She swept her gaze across the 11 people. Her voice rang out again. If it's a one-on-one battle, I won't interfere. But if you insist on joining forces, then I'm sorry, but I won't take a step back. What you're doing is too despicable. Yi Qian's words made everyone frown. Her identity was very special. It was impossible to kill her. Even if they did, it would have a negative impact. Moreover, Yue was very attentive to her. If they hurt her, it might leave a bad impression on Yue. Beside Yi Qian, Black Tiger was silent, but he didn't retreat either. These 11 people could be said to be the top experts of the entire Zhanwu continent. They were the true peak experts. Once they joined forces, Zi Chen would definitely be in danger. If things went wrong, he might be killed before he could even fight with Yue. So at this moment, if they could block one of them, Zi Chen might have a chance to survive. The atmosphere was a little oppressive. Even Lei Dong didn't know what to say. Yi Qian's sudden appearance had left them at a loss. The alien races watching from afar were somewhat unhappy. In their opinion, Yi Qian didn't need to pay attention to this matter at all. She should just let the people of the Zhanwu continent kill each other. This is a grudge between us. Let's settle it ourselves. In this silent atmosphere, Zi Chen's voice rang out. If you all want to fight, feel free to come at me. However, there's one thing that I must make clear before the battle begins. If I leave this place alive, I will visit each and every one of your factions to repay the kindness you showed me today. Zi Chen's expression was calm, and his tone was also very calm. But in this calmness, there was a reflection of Zi Chen's firm, killing intent. If they didn't die today, their clans would inevitably be uprooted and completely disappear from the history of the Zhanwu continent. Everyone had to take the words of an existence with the title of the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, because the Luo family, which had become a laughingstock, was a lesson to be learned. Lei Dong's expression still didn't change much. Zi Chen's threat was useless to him. Even if Zi Chen went to destroy the Lei clan, it had nothing to do with him. The Lei clan of the Zhanwu continent was just a part of his experience. Don't worry, I won't destroy your clan. But if you give me the chance, I will make your life worse than death. Lei Dong smiled disdainfully at Zi Chen's deliberate threat. He said, The battle hasn't started yet, and you're already threatening me with words. This will only expose the fear in your heart. Moreover, I can guarantee that you won't leave here alive today. Boom! Energy surged, and a powerful aura filled the heavens and earth. This aura came from Zichen. He decided not to waste any more words, and to deal with Lei Dong first. With Lei Dong here, these existences who had yet to make up their minds might really join hands. Why? Are you angry out of humiliation, or are you really afraid? Lei Dong smiled coldly. Lightning flashed around his body, and rays of lightning surrounded his body. Swoosh! Golden light covered his body. Zichen's feet flashed, and he activated the world's fastest speed and disappeared from the spot. Looking at Zichen's disappearing figure, Lei Dong's pupils shrank slightly. He also displayed his extreme speed and said coldly, "The world's fastest speed isn't exclusive to you. I also know this 9 lightning strikes." Just as his voice faded, Lei Dong's speed had already reached the limit. He turned into a ray of lightning and charged towards Zichen. The battle began abruptly. Looking at the almost identical speed, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. 2 streaks of lightning, 1 gold and 1 silver, tangled together in the sky, chasing after each other. From time to time, there would be explosions of energy. The speed of both of them was way too fast. Most of the people outside could not make out the details of the battle. Only a small number of powerful beings could make out the traces of the battle between the two of them. Towards this battle, the rest of the people did not have any intention of interfering. They were just watching silently, waiting for any changes. Even though they are both world's fastest speed, Zichen's is clearly a little faster. Looking at the 2 streaks of lightning entangling together, Black Dragon commented in a deep voice. Zichen's world's fastest speed came partly from the legacy of crossing through time and space, and partly from the Thunder Saint Beast. It could be said to be extremely orthodox, and the only one in the entire world. In the midst of the entanglement between the 2 streaks of lightning, Zichen's eyes flashed with a killing intent. With him as the center, a mysterious energy spread out in all directions. Wherever this energy passed by, ripples would appear in the sky. The surrounding space seemed to have turned viscous, and an inexplicable pressure appeared. Feeling this pressure, Lei Dong's expression changed immediately. At this moment, he could feel a dangerous aura surging towards him. The extreme speed that he was so proud of was evidently affected by this pressure. Xing. Chapter 1993. As the wings appeared and flapped, the pressure around Lei Dong was significantly reduced. Lei Dong's speed instantly soared as he flew backwards. After dodging this sure-kill attack, cold sweat appeared on Lei Dong's forehead. The two of them had yet to fight. It was merely a competition of speed, and he was already on the verge of losing. If he had not used the heavenly lightning wings, he would have been seriously injured. It was rumored that Zichen was known as the strongest, heaven-defying expert. Indeed, he had some tricks up his sleeve. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Lei Dong's expression turned solemn. Although he was the loudest, he knew that Zichen was not easy to kill. Looking at Lei Dong, who had dodged the attack and flew backwards, Zichen did not look disappointed. Instead, he looked excited. That was because he saw the 4 heavenly lightning wings behind Lei Dong. The lightning was so mesmerizing that it caused Zichen's mind to be greatly affected. The heavenly lightning wings were very difficult to find. There were a total of 12 wings. Zichen had only obtained 6 wings so far. There were still half of them. He did not expect to see 4 wings at Lei Dong's place today. When he first met Lei Dong, the other party had provided him with a pair of heavenly lightning wings. That was also the first time Zichen knew that there was more than 1 pair of heavenly lightning wings. Today, when they met again, the latter had actually obtained 2 more pairs of heavenly lightning wings. This made Zichen very surprised and very excited. The latter was like a boy who gave out treasures. Although he was a little too despicable, he was like Zichen's benefactor. "Thank you for bringing me the heavenly lightning wings." Amidst Zichen's excited laughter, the heavenly lightning wings appeared behind him. The 6 heavenly lightning wings were flapping. A feeling of desire came from the heart of Lightning Wings and was clearly transmitted to Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. Get it? That was the request of the heart of Lightning Wings. Looking at Lei Dong again, his eyes were also filled with greed. The appearance of two types of heavenly lightning wings would definitely attract each other. Swoosh! Unfurling his six-winged heavenly thunder wings, Zi Chen's body expanded once again as he charged at Lei Dong. He was certain that Lei Dong had something in his hands. This time, it wasn't just Lei Dong who had to kill Zi Chen. Zi Chen wouldn't let Lei Dong go either. Once he obtained the heavenly thunder wings from his opponent, his speed would increase once again. With his extreme speed as a guarantee, Zi Chen would be in an invincible position when facing away. As Zi Chen advanced, the heavenly blade appeared in his hand. Since he had decided to kill, he would naturally not hold back. Swoosh! Arriving before Lei Dong in an instant, Zi Chen slashed out with his saber. A dazzling golden saber light filled the air. This slash sealed off all of Lei Dong's escape routes. If he relied on his extreme speed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage because Zi Chen's speed was much faster than his. With a flash of light, a long spear appeared in Lei Dong's hand. Thunderous light flickered on the body of the spear. Streaks of thunderous light wandered around the surface of the spear like electric snakes. Clang! The clanging sound reverberated through the air. The lightning spear blocked Zi Chen's attack. A powerful energy burst out, turning into ripples that spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, the sky was forcefully shattered. Not a bad spear. Zi Chen glanced at the lightning spear, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. It was not hard to tell that this was a lightning-attributed heavenly weapon. Only in the hands of the Thunder Tribe would it be able to unleash its strongest might. Borrowing the rebounding force, Lei Dong took a few steps back with his spear. Then he held the spear with both hands. After spinning the spear once, he shot it straight at Zi Chen. This is the supreme treasure of the Thunder Clan. Of course, it's not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear tore through the air and arrived before Zi Chen. It pierced toward Zi Chen's forehead. Lei Dong's counterattack was also very sharp. Clang! The heavenly blade slashed, and the sound of metal clashing resounded through the air. Lei Dong only felt a huge force coming towards him. The lightning spear in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. His body also staggered backward. Swoosh! Zi Chen slashed down with his blade. Like a waterfall, the blade light fell on Lei Dong's head. Boom! Forcefully stabilizing his body, Lei Dong held the lightning spear tightly with both hands. The power of thunder burst out. A terrifying thunderbolt rushed out of the spear tip. When the thunderbolt met with the blade light, it exploded. In the air, the sound of energy explosions kept coming out. The two shadows kept fighting. Looking at Lei Dong, who was obviously weaker than Zi Chen, the remaining 10 people's expressions kept changing. What are you waiting for? Why don't you attack? Lei Dong, who had retreated and put some distance between himself and Zi Chen, turned his head and looked at the 10 people. The Rebel Dragon and the Golden Rock stood beside the Black Dragon and the Dark Rock. They looked very anxious. Obviously, they didn't want the other party to participate in the battle. The remaining people's expressions also changed, but they still didn't attack. Boom! All the energy around Zi Chen exploded. Terrifying, murderous intent surged in the air. He took a step forward. Heaven and earth trembled. The terrifying energy lit up the entire area. His expression was cold. Powerful attacks were launched one after another. The energy in the air surged crazily. Lei Dong kept retreating. In a head-on confrontation, he finally realized how powerful and terrifying Zi Chen was. He couldn't resist at all. Although he hadn't used his trump card, Zi Chen also didn't use any battle skills. Using the Heavenly Path technique at this moment was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Lei Dong wasn't sure if he could kill Zi Chen with the strongest attack. However, he was very sure of one thing. If these people still didn't do anything, then he would definitely die after using his strongest attack. Facing Zichen's powerful attacks, Lei Dong kept retreating. In his heart, he was cursing these people for being unreliable. They had said that they would attack together, but now they were all indifferent. Hurry up and attack. Don't you want the spots? Lei Dong was a little anxious. He shouted at them. The black dragon shook off the rebel dragon and took a step forward. A fiendish aura surged from his body, and a faint dragon roar resounded across the world. Sensing Heilong's aura, Lei Dong was overjoyed. He did not expect Heilong to be the first to attack. Heilong was already very strong, and even Gao Wei had to think highly of him. With such a strong first person attacking, the others would definitely attack as well. Zichen would definitely die today. However, before he could laugh out loud, he felt another aura appear. This was the aura of a heaven-defying warrior. It came from Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who released her aura, stared at Black Dragon and said, "Your opponent is me." Seeing Yi Qian's aura locked on him, Black Dragon's eyes flashed. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to be your enemy." "But I must stop you," Yi Qian said. The two auras kept surging. There was a hint of a secret confrontation. Poof! On the other side, the sky shook. Lei Dong coughed out blood and flew back. He was completely suppressed by Zichen. Looking at Black Dragon, who still didn't attack, Lei Dong had the urge to curse. No matter who your opponent is, as long as you attack, the others will attack. But Black Dragon didn't attack. After a few breaths, Black Dragon retracted his surging energy. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. There's no point in fighting with you." "Thank you." Yi Qian smiled at Black Dragon. Seeing Black Dragon stop attacking, Lei Dong was really angry. Wasn't this a trap? They agreed to fight, but now no one is coming out. Black Dragon, who had retracted his energy, glanced at Dark Rock beside him. The latter nodded. Apparently he had the same idea. So the two decided not to attack. Poof! Lei Dong was sent flying again and coughed out blood. He retreated far away. He looked at Zichen with fear in his eyes. Zichen was too strong. The others didn't attack, so he didn't dare to use his strongest move. "Everyone, are you going to attack or not?" Helpless, Lei Dong could only pressure the others. But at this moment, these people were undoubtedly worried. Zichen's world speed was obviously of a higher level than Lei Dong's. Once everyone attacked with all their strength and still couldn't kill Zichen, then what awaited them would be a nightmare. They all had families behind them, so they weren't as carefree as Lei Dong. Among these people, 5 elements wanted to attack. His expression kept changing, and the aura around him became unstable. But the others didn't plan to attack. Wanting to kill Zichen with just him and Lei Dong was undoubtedly a daydream. Knowing that they couldn't kill Zichen, they still charged forward. That was obviously making Zichen hate them. Moreover, Zichen already had an unresolvable grudge with 5 Elements' aristocratic family. Once they chose to attack, both sides would definitely fight to the death. Everyone had their concerns and were waiting for others to attack. Lei Dong, who had nothing to worry about, didn't count because he had a personal grudge with Zichen. Damn it! Seeing that these people had no intention of attacking, Lei Dong was truly furious. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he hadn't shown his desire to kill Zichen, perhaps they would have joined hands. Stop fighting!" Lei Dong shouted as he was sent flying once again. "If you say so, then so be it." Zichen sneered. The killing intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest as he slashed out again. Lei Dong vomited blood as he was sent flying. His face was filled with anger. "Zichen, don't force me. At most, we'll just die together." Hearing the words "die together," the others' expressions changed slightly. If Lei Dong went all out and seriously injured Zichen, they still had a chance. "You're not worthy." However, Zichen only replied with those 3 words. His disdain for Lei Dong was already indescribable. After sending Lei Dong flying again, he kept Skyblade. His expression turned serious. He raised both hands before his chest and began to form seals. As the golden light surged and the golden seal appeared, a violent and suffocating aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly path technique, damn it. Seeing this scene, Lei Dong's expression changed as he shouted. Specks of golden light surged as a powerful aura filled the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone who felt this aura changed their expressions. Ziqin, who was already powerful, would be even more powerful after using the heavenly path technique. Lei Dong's eyes were filled with fear. He was completely fooled by everyone. If he knew that they wouldn't attack, he wouldn't have foolishly challenged Ziqin alone. Stop! Chapter 1994. Stop! With a loud shout, Hei Long, who had yet to make a move, charged forward. His robes fluttered as energy erupted from his body. A powerful aura surged into the heavens and earth, creating a powerful pressure and wind pressure. Beside Hei Long, Hei Peng followed closely behind him. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the battlefield. They had hesitated previously and had even given up on the idea of attacking Ziqin. However, not attacking Ziqin did not mean that they would watch Lei Dong die without doing anything, even if Lei Dong had nothing to do with them. The remaining people did not move. Everyone had their own plans. They believed that even if Ziqin could kill Lei Dong, it would not be so easy. Lei Dong might even be in a life-threatening situation, and Ziqin might be severely injured. At that time, they would naturally have a chance. Looking at the battlefield, Wu Xing frowned slightly. 5 elements energy surged out from his body. No one knew what he was thinking, but he also charged forward. The 3 of them stepped forward one after another, wanting to stop Ziqin and block the powerful attack of the heavenly path technique. The other 7 people only looked at this scene indifferently. They had no intention of making a move. Yi Qian, who had been in a state of alert, began to glow. She gently took a step forward. A gust of wind seemed to blow through the entire world. The wind was cold and somewhat bone-piercing. As her hair fluttered, Yi Qian's expression gradually turned cold. A powerful aura was released from her body. She went from being gentle and elegant to a goddess of war in an instant. Her aura surged and her hair fluttered. There was indifference and coldness on her beautiful face. However, just as everyone thought that she was going to make a move, they saw her expression change slightly. That cold expression became gentle once again. The aura around her was withdrawn like a receding tide. She, who had taken a step forward, retreated once again. She no longer paid attention to Hei Long and the others. Yi Qian's change originated from Hei, whose voice transmission. Don't be rash. They have no killing intent. Hei, who stopped Yi Qian and allowed the 3 of them to move towards Ziqin. The 3 of them only wanted to protect Lei Dong and prevent Ziqin from killing people here. Be careful of them. A spiritual thought was sent out, followed by another. It was still from the Black Tiger. He didn't need to pay attention to the 3 people who had rushed up. However, he had to be careful of the remaining 7 experts. Yi Qian nodded lightly and no longer looked ahead. Instead, she shifted her gaze and looked at the 7 people. Just as Yi Qian's gaze landed on them, everyone felt an additional aura locking onto them. The expressions of the 7 people changed slightly when they sensed the presence. Through the presence, they could sense that the owner of the presence was no weaker than them. In a one-on-one battle, they might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. As their expressions changed slightly, they began to take Yi Qian seriously. This kind of respect was no longer limited to the other party's status, but the respect of the other party's strength. His golden fingers danced like little fairies, forming seals quickly, like flowing water. Golden light gathered from his fingertips and formed a strange rune on his chest. The instant the rune appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The world lost its color and space began to distort. The clouds in the sky were instantly shattered. A suffocating pressure was emitted from the rune. As he advanced, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body increased. As his comprehension of heavenly Tao techniques deepened, Zichen's battle prowess undoubtedly became stronger. As the terrifying aura surged, there was also a blazing and explosive high temperature that filled the entire world. The spectators in the distance were already unable to breathe under this pressure. However, as the explosive attribute was fully displayed, they felt as if they were placed in a violent furnace. The blazing high temperature constantly roasted them. Sweat immediately covered their bodies, and a strong sense of impending death emerged from the bottom of their hearts. The strange golden rune formed a circular golden lightning ball. The golden lightning ball represented a certain extreme of lightning energy. Although Zichen and Lei Dong were both members of the Lightning Clan and were both lightning martial practitioners, Lei Dong could clearly feel a unique lightning aura from the lightning ball. This was a kind of extreme lightning. The pure quality had already surpassed his lightning energy. The instant the lightning ball appeared, a sense of impending death emerged from the bottom of his heart. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Terrified, he fiercely clenched his teeth and loudly shouted, "Thunderclap 9 heavens!" In the violent world, under the enormous pressure, Lei Dong's aura soared into the sky and connected the entire world. In the world that was completely suppressed by Zichen's aura, Lei Dong's aura tore a hole in it. Through this hole, it connected the world, and a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere. The vortex was pitch black in color, like a bottomless abyss. However, in the next moment, ancient and distant sounds of thunder rang out from within. The pitch-black vortex turned into the color of thunder, and streaks of light of thunder swam around the surface of the vortex. Thick thunderbolts, like thunder dragons, poked their heads out of the vortex and fell down. Boom! Boom! The lightning was berserk and thunder rumbled. Compared to Zichen's attack, this was the true might of lightning that spread across the world. It forcibly pushed away Zichen's aura and once again occupied half of the sky. The two auras were actually able to resist each other. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Extreme Yang, Zichen's pitch-black eyes, were also illuminated by the golden ball of lightning and turned into a strange golden color. Zichen's cold voice resounded through the heavens and earth. With a thought, the golden ball flew forward. The ball's speed was very fast. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter as it moved forward in a straight line. At this speed, Lei Dong would be hit by the lightning ball before the lightning in the sky descended. Roar! At this moment, the black dragon rushed over. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a surge of energy rushed out from his head. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a black dragon. A loud dragon roar resounded through the world. The black dragon blocked in front of the golden ball. Heavenly dragons, 8 steps. The black dragon took 8 steps in the air. In the world where 2 powerful auras were surging, another aura was forcefully added. After the black dragon took 8 steps, it seemed to have become the ruler of the world. Its eerie dragon eyes stared at the golden lightning ball. It opened its mouth and swallowed the golden lightning ball. Like a true dragon swallowing a pearl, the black dragon swooped down and swallowed the golden lightning ball. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little dumbfounded. They all felt that it was hard to imagine. After all, when Zichen used this move earlier, its power was really too great. Now, before it could explode, it was actually swallowed by the black dragon. However, after swallowing the golden lightning ball, the black dragon's eyes showed a human-like pain. Then, a deep shock appeared in its eyes. The dragon's roar, which was originally loud and clear, became incomparably painful at this moment. The huge dragon's body rolled in the sky, crushing the world. Swoosh! The scorching and violent energy that had just disappeared reappeared in the world. As for the rolling black dragon, it turned into energy and disappeared. The golden lightning ball appeared in the sky. Its aura was still violent, and its speed was still the same. Its target was still Lei Dong. The energy black dragon was directly evaporated by the scorching lightning ball. The black dragon's body in the distance swayed slightly. His ruddy face was drained of all color. He raised his eyes to look at the lightning ball. His eyes were filled with fear. Just as the black dragon made its move, the dark rock that came after it shot out beams of energy. These energy beams turned into small rocks. The rocks were pitch black in color. Lightning flowed on the surface of their bodies. These were the dark lightning rocks. In an instant, many dark lightning rocks appeared in the world. Then, they flapped their wings and rushed towards the golden lightning ball. The lightning ball emitted a scorching heat. Wherever it passed, the space shattered and ripples spread. The charging dark lightning rock kings were like moths flying into a sea of fire. When they reached the golden lightning ball, they exploded and disappeared into thin air. After a dark lightning rocks disappeared, none of the dark lightning rocks touched the lightning ball. They all exploded a few meters away from the lightning ball. The dark rock seemed to have expected this scene. His expression did not change. However, when he saw the golden lightning ball, whose energy did not seem to have weakened, his pupils shrunk. It was enough for him to block for Lei Dong. Lei Dong's life and death had nothing to do with him. 5 elements / An explosive roar resounded in the world. A blade light that carried the perfect aura of the 5 elements slashed towards the golden lightning ball. Wherever the 5 elements / passed, the void was cut open. A black scar appeared. The 5 elements / instantly arrived in front of the golden lightning ball and slashed on it. Then the blade light exploded. Terrifying energy resounded in the world. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it happened in an instant. As the 3 of them attacked, the speed of the lightning ball was greatly affected. Lei Dong's thunderclap, 9th heaven, finally fell from the sky. It was like a chain of lightning that pierced through the world. However, before Lei Dong could activate the thunderclap 9th heaven to attack Zichen, he saw the golden lightning ball, which had shrunk by nearly a third, from the 5 elemental blade glow that had exploded. It carried a dim imprint and charged out from the blade glow, after which it fell towards him without any hesitation. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Lei Dong had no choice but to activate the 9 heavens lightning energy to block the lightning ball. At this moment, his heart was filled with great waves of emotions, because Zichen's attack had actually forcefully destroyed the attacks of the 3 of them. Moreover, its power had only been reduced by a third. Although the 3 of them did not use their strongest attacks, it was not difficult to see how powerful Zichen was. Boom! The force of the 9 heavens' thunder landed on the golden thunderball, resulting in a series of deafening claps that echoed across the place. Facing the continuous attacks, the golden lightning ball finally exploded. Like a destroyed planet, the energy from the explosion started to spread. Chapter 1995. At this moment, the world lost its original color. Only a golden light shone in the world. At this moment, the world also lost its sound. Only the continuous sound of thunder reverberated. At this moment, the world seemed to welcome destruction. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even the distant blue feather city shook, which attracted the attention of some people in the city. After a long time, the world regained its light. The destructive aura dissipated, and the shaking world returned to normal. In the battlefield, the original mountains and forests had all disappeared. The area within hundreds of miles had become a flat plain. On the plain, there was no hard material, only a thick layer of powder. The spectating cultivators had already flown hundreds of miles away. Many of them were pale, and so were coughing up blood. This was caused by the aftermath of the energy. Some had even almost died. They fled one after another. Everyone was in different states, but the shock and fear on their faces were exactly the same. In the center of the battlefield, Zichen was still standing indifferently. Black Dragon and the other 2 were some distance away from him. Behind them were the shocked Dragon Rebel and Golden Rock. Further away were Yi Qian and Black Tiger. There was obvious shock in Yi Qian's bright eyes, as expected of a level 9 heaven path technique. Although it hasn't even displayed half of its power, the destructive power it produced is already terrifying enough. Wuji, the kid who created this move, is really extraordinary. Looking at the destructive scene, Black Tiger was also shocked. He and Wuji weren't from the same era, so he had never seen Wuji use this move. However, at this moment, he only saw Zichen use it. Its power couldn't be underestimated. Still in the middle of the battlefield, in a relatively distant place, were the other 7 people. At this moment, while their expressions were also filled with shock, there was also a strong sense of wariness in their eyes. It should be known that Zichen's previous move was equivalent to fighting with 4 experts. Although the other 3 were fine, what about Lei Dong? Everyone suddenly reacted and immediately looked around. However, the place had already become a plain. It was empty, and Lei Dong was nowhere to be seen. Why is he gone? Could he have been killed by Zichen? That high temperature even evaporated his body. Impossible. There were 3 people who managed to neutralize that move. Lei Dong couldn't have died. Not being able to see Lei Dong's figure, everyone looked at each other. The shock in their hearts grew stronger. Some people firmly believed that Lei Dong was dead, but some experts insisted that Lei Dong was still alive. Pum! Suddenly there was an explosion on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a figure covered in dust appeared in everyone's line of sight. That figure was in a very sorry state. There were many wounds on his body, and the wounds were covered with dust. His clothes were already in tatters, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only the 4 dim, heavenly lightning wings on his back indicated that he was Lei Dong. Cough! Charging out, Lei Dong was still coughing out blood. However, he could no longer care about this. His body flashed, and he rushed towards the black dragon at an extremely fast speed. This was because the world was filled with Zichen's killing intent. Just like how he had clamored to kill Zichen earlier. After Zichen saw his heavenly lightning wings, he clearly knew that Zichen would definitely not let him off. As long as there was a chance, Zichen would kill him and snatch his lightning wings. Even if there was no enmity between the 2 of them, in order to become stronger, Zichen would disregard morality and snatch it. Moreover, there was enmity between the 2 of them. Hence, he would not be polite. Arriving beside the black dragon, Lei Dong coughed out blood again, after which the energy around his body surged. Lightning light once again appeared within his body. In the next moment, the dust and tattered clothes on his body disappeared. A brand new robe appeared on his body, covering the wounds on his body. Although he was still seriously injured, he still had to appear more presentable in front of so many people. In the next moment, he clearly felt a killing intent land on his body. As he raised his head, he saw Zichen coldly looking at him. If the battle had not started, he would definitely say a few words of ridicule. However, after witnessing Zichen's strength, his heart was already filled with fear. Hence, he did not even dare to say any more vicious words. Just a moment ago, if not for the 3 of them, even if he did not die under Zichen's heavenly path technique, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. At that time, Zichen, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, could have taken his life as easily as taking something out of his pocket. It could be said that although the 3 of them did not take action, they had saved his life at the critical moment. Zichen, stop! The black dragon extended his hand and blocked Lei Dong behind him. He raised his head and looked at Zichen. You want to stop me? Zichen looked at the black dragon and coldly said, You can't kill him. At the very least, he can't die right now, the black dragon said again. He did not back down. At the same time, the 7 people behind quickly flew over as well. They stood beside the black dragon and looked at Zichen indifferently. Although Lei Dong was injured, the remaining 10 people could still pose a threat to Zichen if they worked together. Zichen glanced past these people, and in the end, his gaze landed on Lei Dong. He sneered and said, Since you want this piece of trash to live, then let him live. However, trash will always be trash. He'll never amount to anything. Oh no, you're not completely useless. At the very least, you found 2 pairs of heavenly lightning wings. Lei Dong's face became uglier and uglier when he heard Zi Chen's mocking words. A smear of resentment appeared in his eyes. Chuckling softly, Zi Chen ignored Lei Dong and turned around to walk forward. The rebel dragon and the golden rock were worried about Zi Chen. They were about to stop him when the black dragon asked first, "What are you going to do?" Zi Chen, who was walking forward, stopped. He turned around and said, "This piece of trash is right about one thing. Since there is a chance to find the complete shield, why should I give the alien race a chance? I'm going to Blue Feather City to kill Yan Wei and get the fragment." Zi Chen had said something like that before. However, in the eyes of the others, Zi Chen was just shameless enough to want to live. He didn't want to be killed by the others. However, Zi Chen was still able to seriously injure Lei Dong when Black Dragon and the other 2 attacked. He had already displayed enough strength. With this kind of strength, he might really be able to challenge Yan Wei. "You're not his opponent." Looking at Zi Chen, the Black Dragon said, "There are 3 people beside him." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Don't I have you guys? I'll deal with Yan Wei. You guys work together to kill the 3 heaven-defying warriors." The Black Dragon shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't do anything. The others were silent, but they agreed with the Black Dragon's decision. "My goal is only Yan Wei. If you guys can kill the 3 heaven-defying warriors, then the remaining 10 spots will be yours. I'll give you the fragment for free." Hearing Zi Chen's words, the others couldn't help but be moved. According to Yan Wei's plan, as long as Zi Chen went to Blue Feather City, then Zi Chen would have 2 spots. So, among the 11 of them, there would only be 4 spots. However, if Zi Chen didn't want the spots and only wanted to kill Yan Wei, then it would be easy for the 11 of them to divide the 10 spots. Lei Dong was seriously injured, so he naturally lost the qualification. The remaining 10 spots would be divided among the 10 of them. If he doesn't want the spots and goes to find the shield for you guys, would you believe it? Just as everyone's hearts were slightly shaken, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. It was obviously Lei Dong. He wasn't stupid, so he could see the crux of the problem. If what Zi Chen said was true, then he would be the first to lose the qualification. "Do you believe that even if they protect you, I can still kill you?" Zi Chen glanced at Lei Dong and said coldly. Lei Dong didn't say anything. He just looked at Zi Chen with hatred. "Everyone, although I, Zi Chen, have a bad reputation, I always keep my word. If you guys work together, then the spots will be yours." Zi Chen looked at the others and said seriously. "You're talking as if you can kill Yan Wei," Lei Dong said sarcastically. This time, Zi Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he said with certainty, "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely kill Yan Wei. At the very least, I can get the fragment and drive him away into the star path." Hearing Zi Chen's promise, Heilong smiled and said, "There's no need to come to a conclusion. We can head to Blue Feather City together. We'll see what happens then." Zi Chen nodded and said, "That's good too." Yi Qian and He, who caught up once again, the 2 of them sighed in relief in their hearts. However, they didn't completely relax. Although the crisis here had been resolved, there was still the final battle in Blue Feather City. At that time, some unforeseen events might occur to these wavering and unreliable allies. However, the only thing that could cause such a change was benefits. As long as they weren't blinded by benefits, they could still stay true to their hearts. When the people watching the battle from afar saw that everyone was preparing to return to the city, they also hurried towards Blue Feather City. There was still the final battle there. Just as everyone was leaving quickly, a green-clothed man was lying lazily on a huge rock in the distance. He was chewing on half a stalk of withered grass as he glanced at the people leaving. As a spectator who had watched from the beginning to the end, he had seen how Zi Chen had resolved the danger of joining forces step by step. In the end, he had displayed his strength and intimidated these people, causing them to not dare to make a move. If we join forces, Zi-Chen will definitely die. Spitting out the withered grass in his mouth, the green-clothed man smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity that these people aren't reliable allies. They are just scattered sand that gathered together for benefits. Not only will they not be able to form an alliance, but they will also weaken each other's fighting strength. Yes, I definitely can't form an alliance with such people. On the other hand, Zi-Chen is indeed, as the rumors say, he is both brave and resourceful. My trip here wasn't worth it." As he muttered softly, the green-clothed man stood up and patted the non-existent dust off his body. He then muttered, "Those old fellows predicted that I would definitely face some difficulties when I left the mountain. If things go wrong, I might even die. I really hope that they jinxed it. To think that I, Lord Qingfeng, have just made my debut. How could I die so easily?" The green-clothed man rose into the air and slowly flew in the direction of Blue Feather City. Chapter 1996. Zi-Chen headed straight for Blue Feather City. Black Tiger and Yi Qian followed him on his left and right, while Black Dragon and the others followed closely behind. However, each of them had their own plans. Even without Zi-Chen's slot, Qi Wei still had 4 slots. Out of the 10 people, at least 4 of them didn't need to worry. As for the 11th person, Lei Dong, who had been seriously injured by Zi-Chen, was naturally excluded. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light flashed as the others rushed towards Blue Feather City. On one hand, they wanted to find a safe place to watch the battle. On the other hand, they wanted to spread the news of Zi-Chen's battle. Hence, they were faster than Zi-Chen and the others. The news quickly spread to the city. When they heard that Zi-Chen had actually managed to seriously injure Lei Dong despite the obstruction of 3 people, everyone was shocked. The power of the battle had been so great that even Blue Feather City had been shaken. The news has spread. They didn't dare attack Zi-Chen. Lei Dong has some enmity with Zi-Chen and has been injured. The heaven-defying being who had just returned told Qi Wei, who was sitting on a chair. Qi Wei's expression was as calm as ever. He only smiled faintly when he heard the news. Zi-Chen even instigated them to deal with us. He said that he wouldn't want the fragment after this and would give them 10 slots. Qi Wei was a little surprised when he heard the heaven-defying being say this. However, he shook his head and smiled. It's useless. No one would be stupid enough to listen to him, just like how they wouldn't dare attack Zi-Chen. Even if they came here, they would only be spectators. Another heaven-defying being beside him said worriedly, "What if Zi-Chen suspects something and decides to attack?" "Wag," Wei said confidently, "that won't happen. This is an era where everyone benefits and peace breeds wealth. This kind of logic is more useful for people like Zi-Chen, who has no principles and is disliked by everyone." Zi-Chen didn't have a good reputation. In Qi Wei's eyes, he was an evildoer that no one liked. Just as Qi Wei's confident words left his mouth, he suddenly frowned. An explosive shout came from the sky above Blue Feather City. "Qi Wei, get out here." The rumbling voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the sky above Blue Feather City. This voice naturally came from Zi-Chen. After coming here, he didn't deliberately search for Gao Wei. Instead, he used this method to directly make Gao Wei come out. In the hearts of all the foreign races, Gao Yi was a godlike existence. Yet he was being addressed in such a manner. Before he could become angry, numerous reprimanding voices sounded in the city one after another. "This Zi-Chen is indeed arrogant. I'll go and meet him. I'm going too. And me." When the 3 heaven-defying cultivators heard Zi-Chen's impolite words, they were immediately enraged. Their figures flashed, and they were about to rush out. "Let's go together. We can discuss what to do next," Qi Wei said indifferently. He got up and walked out of the room. Zi-Chen, who was standing in the air, had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire city. Everyone looked up at him with complicated expressions. Some of them were dissatisfied, some were admiring, and some were mocking him. At the same time, dissatisfied voices came from below. However, most of them were from the foreign races. However, as Zichen's cold gaze swept over them from below, everyone shut their mouths and stealthily averted their gazes, pretending as if nothing had happened. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Zichen saw 4 people. At a glance, he could tell that all 4 of them were heaven-defying cultivators. In the current Jianwu continent, because of Zichen, it wasn't rare to see heaven-defying cultivators gathering in groups of 3 to 5. However, after Zichen's gaze fell on the 4 of them, he didn't look away. The 4 of them were extraordinary, but Zichen's gaze was fixed on the last young man. He was wearing a very clean purple robe and had a faint smile on his face. His smile was very easygoing and gave people a feeling of closeness. Zichen had never seen Qi Wei before, but he was sure that this person was Qi Wei. So he said, "You are Qi Wei." "That's me." "I wonder if Zichen—" Qi Wei raised his head and nodded at Zichen. The easygoing smile on his face didn't fade. However, before he could finish his words, his pupils shrank. Zichen, who was high up in the sky, had only said a statement, not a question. He didn't give him a chance to answer and just swooped down. Zichen, who was swooping down, was surrounded by a golden light. He was like a meteorite flying from outer space. Because he was so fast, he created friction with the space and burst out with a dazzling golden light. Seeing Zichen's direct approach, Qi Wei raised his head. The smile on his face faded a little, but he didn't do anything else. "You're courting death." In front of Qi Wei, the 3 heaven-defying cultivators saw this scene and shouted angrily. 3 heaven-defying auras surged. The 3 of them soared into the sky. As the powerful energy surged, they rushed toward Zichen. Nowadays, in the Jianwu continent, except for Qi Wei, almost no one in the heavenly realm dared to fight Zichen alone. Of course, Lei Dong didn't count. If he had guessed that the others wouldn't make a move, he definitely wouldn't have deliberately targeted Zichen. Boom! The 3 heaven-defying rays of light collided with Zichen's golden light. As the sound of an explosion rang out, a mixed energy ripple spread out from the sky. The whole city began to tremble again. Some of the taller buildings had their arrays activated by nature. Then they shattered and the buildings collapsed. The 3 rays of light fell down. After landing, they took a few steps back. Their auras were a little chaotic. When they looked at Zichen again, there was fear in their eyes. Looking at the sky again, the diving golden light was blocked and turned into Zichen's figure. His expression was still cold. Qi Wei raised his head and looked at Zichen. The smile on his face, which had just faded a little, stretched out again. It had to be said that this smile was very easygoing and friendly. There was no hostility. It was this kind of smile that made Yi Qian feel fear in her heart. She didn't dare to provoke Qi Wei. Today, when Zichen saw this kind of smile, a very uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart. This discomfort wasn't fear, but disgust. That's right. Qi Wei thought that his smile was elegant, handsome, modest, and friendly. However, it gave Zichen a very disgusting feeling. Qi Wei's whole body was the same as when Zichen first met Yi Qian. There was no killing intent, but Zichen wanted to kill him. This wasn't just because of the difference between men and women, but because his sharp perception told Zichen that Qi Wei had to die. "I've already—" The smile on his face stretched out perfectly, as if he was greeting an old friend. Qi Wei opened his mouth again, but this time he didn't finish his words. He saw Zichen's figure turn into smoke and dissipate. Seeing this, the 3 heaven-defying cultivators shouted. However, it was obviously not realistic to want to stop Zichen again. Zichen had the world's fastest speed, and their reaction was half a beat slower. By the time they attacked, Zichen's attack would have ended. Seeing Zichen turn into smoke and dissipate, Qi Wei's pupils shrank. A light flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. He took 2 steps back. These 2 steps seemed very casual and very natural. Swoosh! As soon as he took 2 steps back, the void split open, and a sharp golden saber light brushed past Chi-Wei's purple robe by a hair's breadth. The sharp saber light reflected in the eyes of the two, causing their eyes to turn golden. Zi Chen's golden pupils were expressionless, with indifferent killing intent as he stared at Chi-Wei. Chi-Wei's narrowed pupils surged with light. He was calm, but there was a trace of indifference and ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes. The golden saber light missed. Zi Chen stood where he was, leaned forward and spun in a circle. The golden saber light shone again, turning into a perfect circle. Chi-Wei tapped his foot, and his body soared into the air, drifting back elegantly. At the same time, there was a touch of doubt on his calm face. He said, "Zi Chen, what do you mean by this?" Zi Chen didn't say a word. He held the saber in front of his chest, turned into a golden light, and rushed forward. Then the saber light shone again. This time, the saber light was dozens of feet long. Just as the saber light was about to land on him, Chi-Wei tapped his foot again and dodged the saber light again. The saber light swept past the building behind Chi-Wei, and the whole building was cut horizontally. The cut was smooth and clean, and the building above slowly slid down, smashing into the ground. At this moment, the huge city was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the person who had just arrived and started fighting without saying a word. Many people's gazes fell on Zi Chen. His actions puzzled many people. Hei Long and the others who were following closely behind were also a little dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Zi Chen, who was holding a saber and chasing after Chi-Wei. This seemed a little too direct. It was so direct that they couldn't stand it. Chi-Wei obviously had something to say, but Zi Chen didn't give him the chance. He attacked as soon as they met, ignoring the other 3 people on the other side. This situation was so sudden that it felt unreal. Chi-Wei, who was also very mysterious to them, was being chased by Zi Chen just like that. Didn't we have an agreement? "Big brother, hurry up and attack," and Ai Long, who was beside Hei Long, urged in a low voice. Hei Long glared at Ai Long, and then looked at the battlefield again. He had no intention of attacking. The others were also silent, not saying a word. It was said that Chi-Wei never fought with others, and no one had seen him attack before. Since the battle had already started, they were very curious about who Chi-Wei was and what skills he had. "Zi Chen, listen to me first. Let's fight again." Chi-Wei, who was dodging Zi Chen's saber strike after strike, was still confident and at ease. Zi Chen had attacked without saying a word. Obviously, he didn't want to hear Chi-Wei's words. At this moment, Chi-Wei's words were useless. It seemed that Zi Chen had already made up his mind about today's battle. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen withdrew his saber and stood in the air. He looked at Chi-Wei and said, "Okay, you say it." Such a clean and nimble retreat caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded as they wondered who exactly was this person. Chapter 1997. All right, go ahead. Zi Chen sheathed his blade and looked at Yue calmly. The cold, murderous intent that he had revealed earlier was no longer present. The change in expression was so fast that even with Yue's willpower, there were some slight fluctuations in his expression. After tidying up his still neat purple robe, Yue's expression became calm again. He said faintly, "I think that at this time we should focus on the complete shield. As a legendary, powerful, sacred weapon, I don't think it should be left in the dust. It should be reborn, and it should be allowed to shine in this world again." Hearing Yue's words, the expressions of all the experts present changed. Obviously, they understood the meaning behind Yue's words. He wanted to put aside his grudges for the time being and search for the shield together. The expressions of those experts changed. If Zi Chen agreed, then 6 out of the 10 of them would be disqualified. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zi Chen. Obviously, they were all waiting for his answer. Would they fight or agree? Staring at Yue, Zi Chen snorted coldly and said, What a nice way to put it. Since we are looking for the shield, why should I go with you? The shield belongs to the Zhanwu continent. Naturally, there will be people from the Zhanwu continent who look for it. Hearing Zi Chen's impolite words, Wag Wei did not get angry. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, but only I know where that place is. If it wasn't for me, you definitely wouldn't have found it. One is a complete shield, and the other is a grudge. I think you should choose which is more important. If what Yue Wei said was true, then this trip was necessary. Yue Wei had to go, and the others were meaningless. Zi Chen's gaze swept over the 3 heaven-defying cultivators who were angry. He said coldly, these 3 trash should not be qualified. When the others heard this, they were immediately delighted. If Zi Chen strongly refused to let these 3 heaven-defying cultivators go, then there would be 3 more spots, and they would have a chance again. When going out, it is necessary to bring some capable people with you. Forgive me for not being able to agree to your request, but the 3 of them must go. Looking at Zi Chen, Wag Wei said, including the fragments you have, there are a total of 10 spots. I have only taken 4 of them. Of the remaining 6, I have already decided on 4 of them, but they are all from your Zhanwu continent. As for the other 2, you can choose as you please. Wag Wei deliberately emphasized the word, all of you. His meaning was very obvious. The 6 of you are all from the Zhanwu continent. The number of people is 6 against 4, and you have the advantage. Oh, then I'd like to hear who those 4 people are. Zi Chen sneered as he looked at Yang Wei. The gazes of the other experts also landed on Yang Wei, and they suddenly became nervous. There were 10 of them, but there were only 4 spots, so it was destined that 6 of them were not qualified. While everyone was nervous, Yan Wei did not deliberately keep them in suspense. He turned his head to look at Black Dragon in the sky and said, the first spot belongs to Black Dragon. Hearing that the spot belonged to him, Black Dragon nodded at Yue Wei to express his gratitude. The others were disappointed, as there was 1 less spot left. The second spot belongs to Dark Rock. Yan Wei's gaze moved again, and it landed on Dark Rock. Dark Rock's eyes flashed with joy, and he nodded at Yan Wei. Soon, there were only 2 spots left. The remaining 8 people were nervous, and they were constantly guessing who the last 2 spots belonged to. The third one, Wu Xing. Yan Wei chuckled and took the initiative to nod at Wu Xing. Wu Xing's face was immediately filled with joy, and he smiled at Yan Wei gratefully. Sighs of disappointment could be heard. There were only 7 people left, but there was only 1 spot left. 7-1. Yan Wei's gaze swept past the 7 people. The 7 of them were very nervous, and their gazes were fixed on Yan Wei. They all wanted to see Yan Wei nod at them. Once he nodded, they would be able to get one of the spots. Yan Wei's gaze continued to move. Just when everyone thought that there would be 1 out of 7, Yan Wei's gaze swept past everyone, and it landed on Lei Dong, who was still sulking. Because Lei Dong had been injured by Zi Chen, everyone naturally excluded Lei Dong from the original 11 experts. Lei Dong also knew that he had lost the spot and was extremely angry. If he had known that these people were so unreliable, he would have endured it again and again. The 4th spot, Lei Dong. Just when Lei Dong was feeling vexed, Yan Wei's voice suddenly rang out. This caused Lei Dong to be slightly stunned, and he looked at Yan Wei in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he was hallucinating. That's right, the last spot is yours. Yan Wei nodded at Lei Dong and took the initiative to say, it's really me. After feeling disappointed, Lei Dong's face was filled with joy. It's you. Hearing Yan Wei's confirmation, Lei Dong was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, in the next moment, he felt an obscure killing intent, and his expression abruptly changed. Only then did he remember that he was seriously injured, and if those people took the opportunity to kill him, he would lose his spot. Feeling the 7 dense killing intents, a thought suddenly rose in Lei Dong's heart. This thought was not to ask for help, but Yan Wei wanted to harm him. Lei Dong, Considering that you are injured, I have decided to leave later. Let's talk about it after your injuries have healed. During this period, you can stay here with me." Yan Wei's voice rang out again. Just when the thought of Yan Wei wanting to harm him surfaced in Lei Dong's heart, he heard Yan Wei's voice, and a warm feeling immediately surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he was a smart person and did not show too much emotion on his face. He gratefully smiled at Yan Wei, and his figure floated down. When he passed by Zichen, he saw the frowning Zichen and smiled complacently, with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Lei Dong came to Yan Wei's side, and Yan Wei looked at Zichen, who was in front of him, and said with a smile, "Look, I have already chosen my spot. The remaining 2 spots are up to you." Zichen's frowning eyebrows relaxed. These 4 spots of Yan Wei's were quite particular. Among them, Black Dragon and Dark Rock did not have any deep grudges with him, and these 2 spots were acceptable to Zichen. The 5 Elements aristocratic family, where 5 Elements was from, was once Zichen's enemy. Although their grudges had long been resolved, it was only a matter of words. They could become enemies again at any time, and this was an unstable factor. At the very least, when they were traveling together, Zichen could not trust 5 Elements and could not join forces with him. As for Lei Dong, it was even more obvious. The latter had just been injured by him, and the 2 of them were eyeing each other's heavenly lightning wings. They were definitely enemies, and would not rest until one of them was dead. The reason why Yan Wei gave the spot to Lei Dong was naturally to restrain him. Through these 4 spots, Zichen could see how scheming Yan Wei was. If Yan Wei had found 4 people who might be his enemies, Zichen would most likely give up. However, he had only found 1 enemy, an unstable factor, and the other 2 could become allies. In the face of great benefits, Zichen would most likely fight for it. Previously, it seemed that Yan Wei had been dodging, but Zichen's attacks did not even touch the corner of his clothes. On one hand, Zichen had not used his full strength, and on the other hand, it could be seen that Yan Wei had studied extreme speed, which was why he was able to dodge so easily. Now, Zichen had seen Yan Wei's scheming, and he could see that he was a very difficult opponent to deal with. Looking at Zichen's hesitation, Yan Wei smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Have you not thought of a candidate, or have you not thought of whether to go or not?" Although they knew that the chances were slim, the other 7 still looked at Zichen, hoping that Zichen would choose one of them. Heilong and the others also looked at Zichen. They also wanted to know whether Zichen would go or not in such a situation. "If you haven't thought of whether to go or not, I'll buy your fragment at a high price." Seeing Zichen raise his head and show an expression of interest, Yahweh stretched out 2 fingers and said, "2 Saint Crystals, I'll exchange them for one of your fragments." As soon as Yan Wei finished speaking, there were gasps from all around. 1 piece of Saint Crystal could create a saint, and 2 pieces of Saint Crystal meant that there might be 2 lucky people who could open the Holy Road. To everyone, this was a very good deal. "That's generous, but I don't plan to sell it." Zichen smiled faintly and said directly, "Saint Crystal was useless to heavenly deities, only to heaven-plane cultivators. Even if there were 20 pieces, they would not be able to become Zichen's strength, let alone 2 pieces." "Oh, you plan to go personally. Then who are you going to give the 2nd slot to?" Yan Wei's expression seemed to be a little surprised. Zichen looked around. Everyone was looking forward to it, but they also knew that they had no chance, so their expressions were complicated. In the end, Zichen's gaze landed on Yiqian. It seemed that other than Black Tiger, she was the one Zichen was most familiar with. Looking at Zichen's questioning gaze, Yiqian shook her head and said, "Sorry, I can't go there." Zichen nodded. He could understand Yiqian's thoughts. She was always afraid of Yan Wei and did not want to have too much contact with him. At the same time, Yiqian's reason for not going meant that if there was any danger, she would not be able to help. After all, she was neutral. Everyone was surprised by Yi Qian's rejection. That was a chance to find the perfect shield, but they were all hopeful again. Since Yi Qian was not going, the only person that Zi Chen could bring along was Black Tiger. Although the former saint of Yin loyalty had been severely injured and his cultivation level had dropped, he should still have some tricks up his sleeve that no one could underestimate. The two looked at each other. Zi Chen saw hesitation in Black Tiger's eyes. It was not that he did not want to go, nor was he afraid, but he was afraid that he did not have the ability to take it. For some reason, he could not use his full strength due to his injuries. If he followed Zi Chen, not only would he not be able to help Zi Chen, he might even become a burden. Chapter 1998. Following this sudden voice, everyone's gazes turned toward the source of the voice and saw a man in green clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was a somewhat evil smile on his handsome face. His bright and spirited eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. "Since you can't decide, why don't you give the spot to me?" He walked toward Zi Chen. His pace was not very fast and was even a bit slow. As he walked, he deliberately swayed his shoulders, one in front and one behind, making him look neither fish nor fowl. Seeing such a person, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. They wondered where this weirdo had come from, coming here to cause trouble. Although this person was quite handsome and seemed to be quite popular with girls, he was too eye-catching when he walked. He deliberately walked with large movements and small steps, looking like slow motion in a movie. He had a very proud smile on his face, as if he thought he was very handsome. Seeing this person, Zi Chen first thought that this person was frivolous and exaggerated, followed by unreliable thoughts. Finally, seeing that this person still hadn't reached the 200-meter mark, Zi Chen thought that this person was here to make fun of him. While looking at this person, Zi Chen looked around, taking in everyone's expressions. He found that everyone had stunned expressions on their faces. It was obvious that no one here knew this weirdo, not even Yan Wei. Everyone was silent as they looked at this weirdo in green clothes. About 2 minutes later, this person finally reached the end of the 200-meter mark and arrived in front of Zi Chen. He looked up at Zi Chen and smiled as if he was asking, "What do you think? Am I handsome?" Zi Chen stared at this person in a daze, feeling quite speechless. Seeing that Zi Chen was silent, the young man put his hands on his waist and tilted his body slightly. He looked up at Zi Chen and smiled, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Zi Chen, who was a bit absent-minded, came back to his senses and asked, "Are you here to make fun of me?" The young man, who thought that he was suave and handsome, was stunned when he heard this. He had not expected Zi Chen to say such a thing. The surrounding people could not help but burst into laughter. Where did this guy come from? What a weirdo. What does he think the quota is? He wants it just because he wants it. Haha, this guy needs 2 minutes to walk a short distance, and he even has to pose. He must be joking. Hearing the mocking laughter coming from all around, the young man was clearly a little startled. He turned around to look at the unbridled, mocking laughter and felt a little gloomy. It was obviously a very handsome move. But why didn't anyone appreciate it? Even many female cultivators were covering their mouths and giggling, hearing the laughter around him. Yang Wei looked at the young man and said, "It's rare that everyone is so happy. It seems that little brother's comedic skills are not bad." When the man in blue heard this, his face turned green. He looked at Yang Wei and said, "Who are you calling a joke? I'm here to ask for a spot. You're the one who's here to be a joke. Your whole family is a joke. You're not here to be funny. You're here to have fun, aren't you?" Zi Chen's voice rang out, and his expression became indifferent. Sensing Zi Chen's indifferent attitude, the man in blue said, seriously, "I'm not here to have fun. I'm really here for the quota." With a sneer, Zi Chen said, "Then tell me, why should I give you the quota?" Seeming to realize that his previous actions had messed up the situation a little, the man in blue took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and said seriously, First, I'm not on the same side as them, and I have no malice toward you. Second, you gave me the quota, and I'll be grateful to you. Naturally, I'll stand on your side. If you encounter danger on the way, I can even protect you. After hearing the other party say these 2 points seriously, the mocking laughter around them grew louder. This was perhaps the biggest joke they had heard this year. Zi-Chin, who killed heaven-defying cultivators as if they were weeds, actually needed someone to protect him. If this was not a big joke, then what was? Seeing the other party's serious expression, Zi-Chin shook his head and said, "Your idea is good, but you can't convince me." The young man took another breath and said, "My name is Ching Feng, but others call me Lord Ching Feng. This is the first time I've left the mountain, and I feel that I have to do something earth-shattering. Therefore, I must have that quota. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I'll beat them up." Zi-Chen's lips curled into a smile, thinking that the young man was indeed childish. Seeing Zi-Chen's expression, the young man said, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Can you give me a chance to test you?" "What test?" Zi-Chen looked at the other party. The young man pointed at Ji Wei and said he hasn't left yet. He still has to wait for some time. During this time, something might happen. Before he leaves, I'll be responsible for protecting that quota and your safety. If I'm fine when the time is up, can you give me the quota?" Zi-Chin, who had originally appeared unconcerned, became slightly more serious when he heard the other party's words. He stared at the other party. The young man also looked at Zi-Chin, his eyes bright and clear. The others also looked at Zi-Chin, waiting to see if Zi-Chin would agree or not. "Okay." Zi-Chin nodded and said, "We'll do as you say. If you're still alive when we depart, the quota is yours." The young man immediately smiled, and his previous state appeared again. He looked up at Zi-Chin and said, "Thank you." Seeing the other party return to his unruly state, Zi-Chin actually regretted it. "When are we leaving?" The last quota seemed to have been decided so hastily. Zi-Chen looked at Ji Wei. "After Lei Dong recovers." "Okay." Since the matter had been decided, Zi-Chen walked toward the center of the city. Since he was not leaving in a short time, he had to find an inn to stay first. "Yi-Chen, long time no see." Just as Zi-Chen stepped forward, Ji Wei looked at Yi-Chen and greeted her. "Yes, long time no see." Yi-Chen nodded. Her expression was still natural. "You weren't here before, so I decided on the quota. If you want to go, I can provide a quota for you," Ji Wei said. Yi-Chen shook her head and said, "No, I'm not strong enough. You guys go. I still have some things to discuss with Zi-Chen, so I'll leave first." After taking the initiative to say this to Ji Wei, Yi-Chen left with Zi-Chen. He, who also followed them. Now that the spots had been decided, everyone's gazes landed on the young man. At this moment, the other party still had a smug look on his face. When he sensed everyone's gazes, not only was he not the slightest bit nervous, he even waved his hand towards the crowd and said, "Everyone remember my name. I am Lord Ching Feng. I have left the mountain this time around in order to do something spectacular and amaze the world with a single feat." The crowd roared with laughter. Only the few people who were most likely to fight for the quota had their eyes turned cold. Ching Feng followed Zi-Chen. Ji Wei looked at his back and remained silent. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Where did this weirdo come from? A heaven-defying expert walked up and looked at Ching Feng's back. "What weirdo? He's just someone who wants to die," Lei Dong said coldly. "This matter will be decided once your injuries are healed." Yan Wei smiled and said in an unconcerned manner. When they arrived at Blue Feather City, the ultimate battle that everyone wanted to see did not happen. This made everyone disappointed. Zi-Chen left. Ji Wei also left. Since the main characters had left, the others naturally had to disperse. When the crowd dispersed, they were muttering in their hearts. They did not know if they would be able to see the great battle. Hei Long and In Peng returned to their families. This time, they had obtained the quota. However, there were still some details and preparations that they needed to discuss with their families. The The 5 elements also needed to return to the 5 elements family. This time, those who were going were all experts. They definitely needed to make some preparations. As for the 7 people who had lost the qualification, they were unwilling to leave and did not leave. After the crowd dispersed, they gathered together. We've already asked around. Zi Qin is in the Flying Feather Inn. That Qing Feng is outside Zi Chen's room. An expert from a secret family said in a deep voice, "Humph, it seems that Zi Chen is really giving him a chance. I really don't know what he's thinking." Someone snorted coldly and said coldly, "No matter what Zi Chen is thinking, we must get this quota. Moreover, that kid is a nobody. I don't know where he came from. His battle strength might not be strong. Since he dares to ask for the quota, he must have some strength. However, his battle strength should not be as strong as Zi Chen's. There's only one quota. How should we distribute it? If we don't consider attacking Zi Chen, then there's no need to fight for the last quota. The last one will be the one who kills that kid." "All right, but who should make the first move? Whoever is prepared will make the first move." The group of 7 separated for the last quota. They obviously would not join forces again. Zi Chen stayed in the room for 2 days, while Qing Feng guarded outside. During this time, the 2 did not communicate and no one came to find them. The reason why Qing Feng was given the quota was not only because there was no one trustworthy on Zi Chen's side, but also because Qing Feng could see that this was also a trap set up by Lei Dong. Lei Dong's recovery was the foundation for the 7 people to make the last move. However, according to Zi Chen's guess, the 7 people did not have the guts to provoke him again. It was not because they were afraid, but because there were too few quotas. Instead of 7 people taking a huge risk to fight for 2 quotas, it was better for one person to face Qing Feng alone and fight for the last quota. After 2 days of silence, Zi Qin believed that the 7 people would soon take the initiative to attack. Their target was Qing Feng outside. Zi Qin was not wrong. On the 3rd day, one of the 7 people appeared. This person was called Jared. He was an expert from a reclusive family. His battle strength was almost no weaker than a heaven-defying realm expert. After 3 days of observation, Jared did not find any flaws and decided to take action himself. Perhaps Qing Feng was just putting on an act. So on the 3rd day, he went to find Qing Feng. Entering the Flying Feather Inn, he saw Qing Feng and the other party saw him. At this time, Qing Feng's expression was cold and his aura was strong. He did not look unreliable at all. Then, the 2 figures disappeared into thin air. After a moment, a tremor came from inside the inn, and a ripple of energy spread out. Qing Feng's figure appeared with blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1999. The tremors in the inn caused a small commotion. Everyone came out one after another to investigate the source of the energy. However, the energy disappeared in a flash, and they could not trace it back to its source. When they came out, they saw Qing Feng still standing in the hallway. However, his face seemed to be paler than usual. Not finding anything unusual, they looked at the room behind Qing Feng in fear. They all knew that it was Zi Chen's room. Then they returned to the room. In the room, in front of Zi Chen's teacup, the ripples caused by the tea had not yet dissipated. Opposite him, Yi Qian sat there quietly. She looked up at Zi Chen with a touch of surprise in her eyes. "He's dead." Nodding slightly, Zi Chen picked up the teacup with his right hand. The ripples had already dissipated, and Zi Chen drank the tea in one gulp. The 2 of them naturally knew about Jared's arrival. Now that Qing Feng had appeared and Jared was nowhere to be seen, it was obvious that Jared was dead. Outside the Flying Feather Inn, after seeing Jared enter the inn, the 6 of them rushed over as fast as they could and gathered together again. Perhaps they had the idea of being the Oriole behind, so they waited quietly outside. After a short period of time, the entire Flying Feather Inn began to tremble. A visible ripple began to spread out. This ripple did not create a huge destructive force. It only caused a slight energy tremor. After that, there was no more after that. "Where is he?" Why hasn't he come out yet? The 6 people who were waiting did not see Jared appear. Their faces were filled with confusion. In this short period of time, the 2 of them might be able to determine a winner, but it was definitely impossible to determine life and death. Since it was impossible to determine life and death, then where did Jared go? Accurate news quickly spread from the inn. Qing Feng was still standing outside Zi Chen's room. His face was slightly pale. As for Jared, there was no trace of him. It was suspected that he was dead. How is this possible? Qing Feng killed Jared. Impossible. Qing Feng can't kill Jared. The 6 of them could not accept the news of Jared's death. Jared's strength was on par with theirs. If Qing Feng could kill Jared, didn't that mean that Qing Feng's strength was not weaker than Zi Chen's? However, they had never seen Qing Feng before. This was simply a guy who appeared out of nowhere. How could he be so powerful? Although there were many hidden aristocratic families in the first mainland, they knew most of the experts. Even if they didn't know them, they had at least heard of them. However, they were certain that they had never seen or heard of Qing Feng before. Where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. There was shock in his eyes. Regardless of whether Jia was alive or dead, it proved that he was no match for Qing Feng. Moreover, he had been defeated very quickly. This battle was sufficient to prove Qing Feng's strength. Wanting to fight one-on-one and snatch a spot from him, the 6 of them hesitated. Guard disappeared. Soon, the news reached Yan Wei. When he heard that Gary had challenged Qing Feng, but disappeared, he was very surprised. He raised his head and looked at the heaven-defying cultivator. Yes, he still hasn't appeared. We don't know if he's dead or alive, the heaven-defying cultivator said in a low voice. In this world, it is too difficult to trap a heaven-defying cultivator. Since Jia has not appeared, there is an 80% chance that he has been killed, Yan Wei said with a faint smile. What? Dead? How could it be? The battle didn't last long. It has nothing to do with time. It only proves how strong the opponent is. When Zi Chen and Lei Dong fought, it didn't last long either, said Yan Wei. It's different. How could he be compared to Zi Chen? Why can't he be compared to Zi Chen? The heaven-defying cultivator opened his eyes wide, disbelief in his eyes. Qi Wei chuckled. This is the Life Star, also known as the Land of Miracles. It's the beginning of the endless starry sky. People who are born in this world have a lot of variables. Anything that happens here won't make people feel strange. Gao Wei's evaluation of this world was very high. In fact, it wasn't just Gao Wei. In the endless starry sky, everyone's evaluation of this world was very high. Unfortunately, the people of this world didn't know their own potential. They were constantly fighting among themselves, squandering their own potential and suppressing the potential of others. But an existence like Zi Chen doesn't appear even once in 10 million years. The heaven-defying cultivator still couldn't believe that Qing Feng had the fighting competence that could compare to Zi Chen. 10 million years is just a metaphor. Perhaps in the past 20 million years, such an existence didn't appear. That's why in this 10 million years, the 2 of them appeared together. Yan Wei lifted his head to look outside the window as if he could see the endless sea of stars through the window. He sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the ever-changing variable on the Life Star. Go and find out where Qing Feng came from. Our plan this time can't have any mistakes." Yes, the heaven-defying cultivator didn't expect that Yan Wei would have such a high evaluation of Qing Feng. He nodded and left. Then he used all his authority and resources to investigate Qing Feng's background. After the defiant of the heavens left, Ji Wei withdrew his gaze from the window and looked down at the tea table below. A confident smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "Extreme speed, extreme yang, extreme een, fragment, doppelganger, short knife, bow and arrow. Maybe now I'll add Qing Feng." Yi Qian didn't linger in Zi Chen's place for a long time. She bid farewell to him and left. In this flying feather city, everything seemed to be calm. In fact, the undercurrents were surging. Each of their actions was being monitored all the time. At this moment, Yi Qian had to avoid getting too close to Zichen. "Kid, you should consider this trip carefully." After Yi Qian left, Black Tiger walked out of the room and jumped on the chair. He stood on all fours and looked at Zichen. "What's there to consider? It's just a battle of schemes." With a faint smile, Zichen said, "Those 4 heaven-defying cultivators will definitely be together. They chose the 4 of them in order to increase their chances of killing me. At that time, Lei Dong will definitely be a helper. Wu Xing is an unstable factor, but at the critical moment, he will definitely attack me. As for Hei Long and Peng, they aren't weak. Even if they won't help me at the critical moment, they won't harm me either. I only need to face Yan Wei and the other 2. Yan Wei is already very scary. If he has 5 helpers, this trip will be very dangerous." Black Tiger stared at Zichen with his scarlet eyes. Zichen shook his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps he will choose to watch from the sidelines until I completely kill those 5. But regardless of whether they join hands or not, I have to go because I can't just watch Yan Wei obtain the complete shield. At that time, it won't be as simple as me entering the Star Passage. At that time, the heaven-defying cultivators won't leave. They will sooner or later occupy this world and then invade the Martial Heaven Continent." Zichen didn't care much about the Martial Heaven Continent. He only had a few friends. But the Martial Heaven Continent was not only his friends, but also his home. It was the place where he had risen. He had to protect that place. That was his responsibility. Choosing to go with Yan Wei to find the shield was a dangerous matter in itself. But on the way, one had Zichen not taken a risk. Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Furthermore, he himself was a heaven-defying cultivator. To go against the heavens, he naturally had to take risks. Riches and honor were found in danger. "What do you think of Qingfeng?" asked Zichen, tapping his finger on the table. "Very strong," said Black Tiger. "That's it." Zichen looked at Black Tiger. "I have never seen him before. Naturally, I can't tell what his character is like. That's all I can say." Rolling his scarlet eyes, Black Tiger said, "According to the reactions of those experts, it's clear that no one knows who Qingfeng is. But such a powerful existence that appeared out of nowhere doesn't even know who the people of the hidden aristocratic families are. His origin is naturally more mysterious than the hidden aristocratic families." Zichen smiled and said, "This question, even a fool can see it." Ignoring Zichen's teasing, Hei Hu continued, "To be able to be so secretive and not reveal the slightest bit of information, I really can't think of any faction other than that faction that is said to have been destroyed long ago that can be so secretive." Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. He asked, "Which power?" "Don't tell me it's the Heavenly Assassin Alliance." "The Heavenly Assassin Alliance doesn't have a stance. Although it's very mysterious, it's definitely not isolated from the world. But that power is different. It has a stance. If this Qingfeng is really from that power, you don't have to worry about him harming you. He might even help you at a critical moment." "It's true. What power is it?" Black Tiger shook his head and said, "I'm just guessing. That power has been gone for a long time. Unlike the Heavenly Assassin Alliance that always appears during the Great Chaos, they haven't appeared for a long time. Perhaps they have already been destroyed. As for the name of the power, it's meaningless to tell you. If you can come back alive this time, you will definitely know where Qingfeng came from. If you die, it's meaningless to know." Zichen nodded and decided not to ask any more questions. Black Dragon and the others who returned to the family quickly arrived at Blue Feather City. Because the slots were with Xiao Wei, they immediately gathered there. During this time, they naturally heard about Qingfeng's matter. They were very surprised that Qingfeng was able to kill Jared. "I'm not sure. I couldn't find any clues about Qingfeng." Black Dragon shook his head in response to Xiao Wei's inquiry. After hearing that Qingfeng had killed Jared, he immediately mobilized his connections, but to no avail. Chapter 2000. The continent that Yue was from had its own stronghold in this world. He had also sent people to investigate Qing Feng's whereabouts, but they had found nothing. At the same time, he had also issued a mission to investigate Qing Feng's identity through the original alliance, but no one had found any information about Qing Feng. You said that he came from the same place as us. Hearing in Peng's words, Yue looked at him in surprise. We know almost all the hidden families in this world. We even know about the existence of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. If Qing Feng came from a family, then he must not be from our world. Perhaps he's from your world. Impossible. He doesn't have that unique aura. The starry sky is vast. Anything is possible. No one had found any clues about Qing Feng, which made Yue a little worried. He didn't like to fight battles that he wasn't confident in, and Qing Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a variable. Yue nodded and motioned for them to rest first. They would set off after Lei Dong's injuries were healed. After Peng and the others left, he called a heaven defier and ordered, Ollie men, go and tell the 6 of them to attack Qing Feng with all their might. Even if they can't kill him, they can at least severely injure him. When we return, I will compensate each of them with a saint crystal. Yes. Surprise flashed through the eyes of the heaven-defying being called Eric, but he still nodded and replied. One had to know that 6 people meant 6 saint crystals, and the reward for Ziqin was only 3 saint crystals. On one hand, it could be seen that Qing Feng was worth paying attention to. On the other hand, it could be seen that Yue was determined to kill Ziqin. He definitely couldn't let any variables appear. Kill Ziqin first, then enter the Saint Realm. Perhaps this way, I won't have to deliberately walk the Star Passage. Qing Feng still stood outside Ziqin's room like a loyal guard. During this period of time, some cultivators would pass by the corridor. If it was a male cultivator, his face would show a cold expression. If it was a female cultivator, he would smile coldly at the other party and raise his head in a suave manner. He felt very good about himself. He believed that after taking care of one person, even if the remaining people were given a few more guts, they would never dare to recklessly step forward. Just as Qing Feng thought that the spot was in his hands, 6 experts gathered outside the Soaring Feather Inn. After exchanging glances, they walked up the stairs one by one. The entire Flying Feather Inn was immediately filled with an oppressive aura. When the cultivators who were preparing to leave felt this aura, their expressions immediately changed, and they retreated back into their rooms. The 6 of them went up the stairs and went straight to the floor where Ziqin was and appeared in the corridor. At this moment, Qing Feng was putting on a cool appearance as he turned his head and glanced at the newcomer. With a single glance, his expression changed. He was stunned. He saw these 6 people and felt the killing intent around them. The 6 of them smiled coldly at Qing Feng. That doesn't make sense. The purpose of the 6 people's arrival was already very obvious. Qing Feng felt very inconceivable and couldn't help but cry out strangely. Boom! There was a loud sound of energy, and a huge force broke through the door and swept towards Ziqin, who was in the room. Ziqin, who was chatting with Black Tiger, couldn't help but frown. Wood chips flew in the air as a figure retreated to Ziqin's side. This figure turned around and was Qing Feng. He asked for help, Ziqin, save me. With a light wave of his sleeve, a wave of energy rolled up and the wood chips in the room disappeared in an instant. Ziqin looked outside the door. The 6 experts stood there. At this moment, their faces were already filled with astonishment as they looked at Qing Feng in disbelief. Who would have thought that after seeing them, this guy's subconscious action was to break the door and enter instead of fighting them? What is the meaning of this? Ziqin looked at the 6 people outside the room and asked indifferently. The 6 of them were stunned and didn't know how to answer. One of them snorted and said, Ziqin, this has nothing to do with you. We just attacked him. Qing Feng looked at Ziqin with a pitiful expression. For the quota? I've already decided, Ziqin said coldly. As long as we kill him, the quota will still be ours, the expert said again. Boom! The flying feather inn, which had just had a tremor, suddenly had an even louder tremor. The cultivators who had stopped outside the flying feather inn because of the previous tremor saw a wall of the inn shatter when the second tremor resounded. A miserable figure flew out from it. This figure flew for dozens of miles, smashing through countless buildings before landing heavily on the ground. Who attacked the flying feather inn? Zi-Chen is staying at the flying feather inn. Who dares to attack him? Maybe it was Zi-Chen who did it. Outside, the cultivators who had stopped outside were discussing. In the inn, Zi-Chen had already left a seat and stood in front of the cultivator who had just spoken. As for that cultivator, he had already crashed out of the inn. Glancing at the remaining 5, Zi-Chen looked at the gap in front of him and said coldly, "Kill him and the quota will be mine." The 5 of them trembled. They didn't expect Zi-Chen to attack without saying anything. They were stunned and didn't know what to do. Looking at the 5, Zi-Chen said coldly, "My tolerance is limited. It's almost at its limit. Moreover, I really don't mind killing people." The 5's expressions changed, but they still didn't retreat. This time their target wasn't Zi-Chen, but Qing Feng. Even if they couldn't kill Qing Feng, they would still be rewarded if they heavily injured him. This reward was too generous. It indicated whether they would be able to break through the holy road in the future. This was an opportunity, or even an opportunity. They didn't want to miss it. After a moment of silence, one of the 5 said in a low voice, "Zi-Chen, we don't want to be enemies with you. This time, our target is only Qing Feng. Even if we don't want the quota, we'll still attack Qing Feng." This sentence was very firm, representing the thoughts of the 5. Upon hearing these words, Qing Feng's expression changed slightly. However, a disdainful sneer quickly appeared on his face. Bang! 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 Following Qing Feng's sneer, 5 energy vibrations sounded. 5 more holes appeared in the flying feather inn. The 5 people standing in front of Zi-Chen were sent flying by Zi-Chen's kick. As the 5 figures were sent flying, another figure flew out. This time he wasn't sent flying. This figure stopped in mid-air, golden light surging around him. His sharp eyes stared at the 6 people who had gathered together again. However, at this moment, the 6 people's faces were extremely pale. The first person who was sent flying looked at Zi-Chen and said coldly, "Zi-Chen, what do you mean by this? Our target isn't you." Behind Zi-Chen, He Hu and Qing Feng came out one after another. Looking at the 6 people, Qing Feng's face was full of disdain. "Scram!" Zi-Chen shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the sky above Sangyu City. Many cultivators walked out of their rooms and looked at the figures in the sky. After realizing that it was Zi-Chen and the other strong cultivators, their faces were filled with excitement. Clearly, they were about to see another great battle. This time, Ji-Wei took the initiative to walk out of his room. Looking at the confrontation in the sky, he wasn't surprised that Zi-Chen had come out. Looking at the situation, even if Zi-Chen and Qing Feng joined forces to deal with the 6 people, it would still be troublesome. He didn't know anything about Qing Feng. Perhaps after this battle, he would have a better understanding of Qing Feng. Hei Long and En Peng also walked out of their rooms. Looking at the scene in the sky, their faces were filled with doubt. Logically speaking, the 6 people shouldn't be so stupid as to provoke Zi-Chen. As if sensing something, the 2 of them looked back at Ji-Wei, who was looking up at the sky. They seemed to understand why the 6 people attacked. In front of all the cultivators in the city, Zi-Chen had told them to scram. This was undoubtedly the greatest insult to himself. Ji Ren's face turned ugly, and his eyes were burning with anger. "Zi-Chen, don't go too far. Don't think that we're afraid of you," the person in the lead said coldly. "I said that my patience is limited. Since you guys are like mosquitoes, constantly circling around me, whether you're here for the quota or for other reasons, let's fight to the death." As the cold words fell, the golden light around Zi-Chen became denser. A powerful aura filled the sky. Cool. When Qing Feng saw this, he clenched his fists in excitement and shouted. These guys had to be dealt with in such a forceful way. Hearing Zi Chen's words, the six people's expressions changed drastically. If they were to fight to the death with Zi Chen, according to Zi Chen's character, unless they could kill him in today's battle, Zi Chen would be their nightmare if they let him escape. Zi Chen, our target is only Qing Feng. Without knowing if Yue would make a move, or if they had the confidence to make Zi Chen stay, the six of them did not want to completely fall out with Zi Chen. Therefore, one of the cultivators said, "The quota has been set. Qing Feng is with me now. Attacking Qing Feng is equivalent to attacking me." Zi Chen said coldly. The aura around him grew stronger. At the same time, he raised his hands and held them in front of his chest. Golden light flowed from his fingertips, like water. Damn it, this is the heavenly Tao technique. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Back then, when Zi Chen used this move, he almost killed Lei Dong. At this moment, this was the beginning of that move. Once Zi Chen used the heavenly Tao technique, it meant that the battle had officially begun. 6 against 1. They were not afraid of Zi Chen, but they were afraid that Zi Chen would not be able to defeat them and run away. As their expressions changed, they looked down and asked Yue for help. However, the latter's face was expressionless. Not only did he not look at them, but he also did not give them any information. "Let's go." In the end, one of them shouted helplessly, turned around, and flew into the distance. As for the other 5, they all took a glance at Yang Wei before leaving. Chapter 2001. The 6 of them retreated so decisively. The spectators were inevitably disappointed, but they could see how intimidating Zi Chen was from this incident. What a bunch of unreliable trash. If they had acted decisively, even if they couldn't have killed Zi Chen, they could have severely injured him. What are they afraid of? Zi Chen definitely won't have the chance to return alive, Eric Man said with a cold snort as he looked at the 6 people in the distance. Interesting. Ji Wei didn't pay any attention to the 6 people who had left. His eyes were fixed on Qing Feng, who was standing behind Zi Chen. Although he hadn't seen what had happened, he could tell that Qing Feng hadn't made a move. From Ji Wei's point of view, it could be seen that Qing Feng was afraid of the 6 people joining forces and didn't dare to fight against them. But was that really the case? Only Qing Feng knew the answer to that question. Looking at the 6 people who had left, Zi Chen turned around and looked down at Gao Wei. He said indifferently, "It's time for us to set off. Lei Dong's injuries are almost healed. We will leave soon." Yue smiled and nodded at Zi Chen. He then turned and walked back to his room. Hei Long and Peng nodded at Zi Chen and went back to their rooms. After that, the others left. Zi Chen returned to his room, and Qing Feng followed him. After finding a chair to sit down, Qing Feng said, "It looks like this matter won't go smoothly." Zi Chen knew that Qing Feng was talking about finding a shield. He said, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way." "You are right. You are a thorn in their side. If even you aren't afraid, of course I won't be." Qing Feng laughed. "You know this is dangerous. Why are you still following me?" Zi Chen looked back at Qing Feng and stared him in the eyes. "Didn't I say it before? I am Master Qing Feng. This time, I came out to make a name for myself. I want to do something spectacular. Spectacular. Although I don't know where that place is, it should be a mysterious place. Only 10 people went there, and they might die if they made a mistake. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with spectacular. That might not necessarily be the case. If I were to obtain the shield there and then kill Yan Wei and the other 3 heaven-defying individuals, when I come out I will definitely become famous." Qing Feng smiled proudly as if his dream had come true. Although the other party was joking around, his intention to leave was very firm. Zi Chen shook his head and did not ask any more questions. These 6 strongest existences would obviously not be used again, and there was no one else who could suppress Zi Chen and Qing Feng. so Zichen expected that Yan Wei would not delay any longer. Sure enough, 3 days later, an outsider came to the inn and told Zichen that Xiao Wei wanted to see him. After we leave, you should leave too, Zichen said to Black Tiger as he stood up. Don't worry, I won't die. Black Tiger replied calmly. Nodding his head to Black Tiger, Zichen told Yi Qian to take care. He then left the room with Qing Feng and headed towards Yan Wei's place. Along the way, Qing Feng could not stop chuckling. He no longer had that cold look on his face. In fact, he looked a little silly. What are you laughing about? Zichen looked at him suspiciously. It's finally going to be spectacular. I'm a little excited. With that, Qing Feng chuckled once more. You're not excited. You're obviously nervous. And there's fear in your heart. Zichen stared into Qing Feng's eyes. This guy was behaving way too strangely today. Chuckling once more, Qing Feng pursed his lips and praised. Your senses are sharp indeed. Indeed, I'm a little nervous and a little scared. If you're scared, you can choose not to go. No one will force you. Qing Feng shook his head. I'm not afraid of the journey ahead. It's just that I suddenly thought of something an old man said. What kind of words could scare you? Zichen was curious. That old man told me that this time I'll be in trouble. If I don't do well, I might die. Even though I don't believe that anyone can foresee my fate. But this time, I'm going to travel with so many powerful people. I can't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, I thought of that old man's words and felt a little scared. Now I really want to slap that old man to death. Qing Feng gritted his teeth. Zichen patted Qing Feng's shoulder and said, If you know in advance that there's going to be danger, just be careful. Also, if there's any danger, stay close to me. If there's any infighting, stay far away from me. I think this way your chances of survival will be higher and you won't die so easily. With that, Zichen walked away, leaving Qing Feng standing there in a daze. Whether it's true or not for an outsider to say such words, this really is the legendary Zichen. The rumors are really King reliable. Staring at Zichen in a daze, Qing Feng cursed fiercely in his heart. He shook his head fiercely, throwing away all distracting thoughts and followed Zichen's footsteps. This time he didn't laugh foolishly, but still put on a very cold expression. When they arrived at Qi Wei's residence, everyone had already gathered. With the arrival of the two, everyone's eyes fell on them. Except for one cold gaze, everyone else's expression was quite friendly. Congratulations on your recovery. Zichen nodded at the crowd, after which he met Lei Dong's cold gaze. He smiled and said, Let me thank you again. Lei Dong's cold expression became gloomy. Of course, he understood Zichen's meaning. He was obviously going to steal his heavenly thunder wings. However, thinking of the promise he made before, he didn't argue with Zichen this time. He only glanced at Zichen with resentment, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. All right, since everyone is here, let's set off. As soon as Qi Wei finished speaking, Lei Dong coldly said, Wait, in case someone has bad intentions, I think before we go, we should take a look at the 5 fragments. Although Lei Dong didn't mention any names, his eyes were looking at Zichen. Hei Long and Enprung didn't say anything. The two of them didn't have any fragments, and their relationship with Qi Wei wasn't very close. So naturally, they didn't say anything. I was thinking the same. Zichen smiled faintly, and immediately a fragment appeared in his hand. A powerful aura was emitted from the fragment. He wasn't worried that this was a trap, because if Qi Wei wanted to make a move, he wouldn't have waited until today. Looking at the fragment in Zichen's hand, a cold light flashed in Lei Dong's eyes. Qi Wei nodded, and then took out his fragment. The other 3 heaven-defying warriors also took out their fragments. The 4 fragments were of different sizes. Relatively speaking, Zichen's fragment was bigger, and the surface of their bodies was surging with powerful auras. Buzz! As the 5 fragments appeared, there was an energy fluctuation in the surroundings, and a powerful force was emitted from the fragments. The fragments in everyone's hands almost fell out of their hands. As everyone took out their fragments, Zichen could clearly feel some kind of connection between the fragments. It was just like the heavenly thunder wings. There wouldn't be any connection if it didn't appear. Zichen finally understood why he couldn't sense the other fragments when he was holding the fragment. Okay, let's go. Qi Wei was the first to keep the fragment and said again. The other 3 also put away their fragments. As the 4 fragments disappeared, the fragment in Zichen's hand stopped trembling and returned to normal, and was put away by Zichen. The 5 fragments had appeared, which proved that Qi Wei wasn't lying. The others also looked excited. Regardless of whether they could get the complete shield in the end, at least they had a 10% chance. Maybe it was more than 10%. After walking out of the room, everyone was preparing to leave the city. Zichen once again felt a resentful gaze from afar. As he turned his head, Zichen saw the source of the resentful gaze. It was Kuinte, the former owner of the fragment, in his hand. Seeing Zichen's gaze, the resentment in Kuinte's eyes grew stronger. He was originally one of the 10 people, but unfortunately he was the one who made Zichen. Seeing Zichen's gaze, Kuinte's mouth moved silently, as if he was saying, "You will never come back." Zichen smiled and replied silently, "If I come back, I will kill you first." Looking at Zichen's disappearing figure, Yiqian said softly, "You must come back alive." Beside Yiqian, Black Tiger said, "This kid's life has always been tough. Maybe he can really create a miracle. I'm going to leave. Are you coming?" "Yes." Yiqian looked at Black Tiger in surprise. She didn't understand why he didn't wait for Zichen here. "If I don't leave, I will be torn apart by those heaven-defying experts. As for whether Zichen can come back alive, that's his problem. I don't want to be implicated." After saying that, Black Tiger turned around and entered the room. When he walked out, he had turned into a strong man. Yiqian continued to stare at him until his figure completely disappeared. Zichen had already left the city. Then, some people came and surrounded the flying featherin. Yiqian stood above and watched. After a while, she guessed that Zichen had already gone far. These people broke into the inn, and there were a few heaven-defying experts among them. Black Tiger had already left. They were destined to find nothing. After a fruitless search, a heaven-defying expert came in front of Yiqian and asked politely, "I wonder if Miss Yiqian has seen that Black Tiger?" Yiqian nodded and said he left. Left? When did he leave? Why didn't our people notice? The heaven-defying expert was shocked. "He left 2 days ago." After saying that, Yiqian jumped out of the room and flew out of Blue Feather City. The direction she went was the opposite of the direction Zichen and the others had left. Zichen had left. Black Tiger had left. There was no point for her to stay here. Now, she just had to wait for good news or bad news. The heaven-defying expert looked at Yiqian until she disappeared. Then he reluctantly looked away and cursed. "You bastard ran fast. Humph, this time Zichen will definitely die. Let's see who can protect this world." Chapter 2002. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators in the city, Zichen's group of 10 left. Everyone knew what they were going to do, and their expressions became very complicated. That was the strongest shield, the most powerful saint weapon. Once it was reassembled, the person who obtained the shield would not need to fear even a saint. Everyone was unwilling to lose this opportunity. After seeing Zichen's group leave, some people also followed. The place where the shield was located must be very mysterious. Perhaps there were some other opportunities. There were quite a number of people with such thoughts, and there was no lack of heaven-defying cultivators among them. Therefore, these people all followed. The 10 people in front naturally sensed that the people behind them were following them from afar, but they did not stop them. "You guys are really persistent." Qing Feng turned around and looked at those people. When he saw a few familiar faces, he coldly smiled. Behind them, there were 6 people who were very conspicuous. They were the 6 people who were about to join forces to deal with him. These 6 people's positions were very close to the front, even among the heaven-defying cultivators. Originally, they should have been closer to the front, but they had missed the opportunity. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept it. Qi Wei also noticed the familiar people behind him, but he only shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if they catch up, it's meaningless. Only the 10 of us can pass through that place." "Where is that place?" And Peng asked curiously. This was once a secret, but now that everyone was preparing to go, it was naturally no longer a secret. "In the Slaughtering Heaven Cave." Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Hearing Qi Wei's words, and Peng's expression clearly changed. He cried out involuntarily, "Why is it that damned place?" "That place is said to be able to slaughter heavenly realm cultivators. Only saints can enter. Rumor has it that it is connected to another world. Even saints will be in danger if they enter rashly." Lei Dong, Wu Xing, and Heilong nodded. Ziqin noticed that even Qing Feng's expression had become much more serious. The first continent was mysterious to begin with. There were many hidden families, and at the same time there were many dangerous places. However, the most famous one was undoubtedly the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it was a black hole that slaughtered heavenly realm cultivators. In the past, the first continent did not have a Slaughtering Heaven Cave. This had to be traced back to the last invasion of the foreign tribes. At that time, there were not so many heaven-defying cultivators in this world. It was just a battle between the foreign tribes and the Zhanwu continent. It was also a battle of the whole nation. All forces were united against the foreign tribes and were determined to drive the foreign tribes out. In the middle of the battle, a mysterious relic suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, which made both sides very surprised. In this Zhanwu continent, every time a relic appeared, it naturally represented some kind of great opportunity. Especially for the foreign races, they urgently needed this kind of opportunity. As a result, the foreign races defeated the humans of the Zhanwu continent and forcibly occupied the ruins. Then, they constantly sent powerhouses to explore the ruins. It had to be said that this relic was like a natural treasure trove. During this period of time, the non-human kind had discovered many good things. There were incomplete heaven-grade weapons, incomplete heavenly Dao techniques, and many heaven-grade materials. Apart from those heaven-grade materials, there were also many other items required for cultivation. As soon as they entered the ruins, they found such a good thing. The alien race thought that they had found a huge treasure, so they immediately sent more people to investigate. During this period, the humans did not give up and continued to send powerhouses to attack. In the process of exploring the ruins, the foreign races suffered great losses. During this period, they had to fight against the natives of the Zhanwu continent, so the death toll was increasing. It seemed that they could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, more reinforcements arrived in time. Under the double pressure, they finally found the outside of the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. It was a big black hole, like a black hole in the void. Back then, it wasn't called this, it was just a black hole with a strange wind blowing. After the first batch of foreign powerhouses entered, no one came out alive. At that time, most of those who went in were Supremes. But the Supremes who were immortal and indestructible all died in that black hole. Then, a fake heaven led the team to explore, but it was still the same. After that, there was also no news of the heavenly realm. After entering, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Helpless, they could only send a large number of heavenly realm experts in. That time they sent nearly 100 heavenly realm experts, but in the end, only one came back with serious injuries. His whole body was covered in wounds, as if he had been dismembered. Just one sentence, and his soul was destroyed. The strange winds in the black hole can slaughter heavenly realm experts. Thus, it was called the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Since then, no heavenly realm experts dared to enter. Because they concluded that there might be treasures inside, it attracted some saints. It was said that saints could pass through the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, but the foreign race saints who went in quickly appeared and said that it was very dangerous inside. Over time, no one went to explore there, so what was behind the slaughtering heaven cave became a secret. How could it be that damned place? Even saints are unwilling to enter that place. Five Element's face was a little pale. Although he was not from the first mainland, he had heard of the slaughtering heaven cave. When the foreign races gave up on the slaughtering heaven cave, humans also sent many powerhouses to explore, but the results were the same. There was even a family that was not crippled by the foreign races. But in order to force their way into the Dark Wind Cave, they lost too many powerhouses and completely declined. That family had never risen. This time, when the foreign races invaded, they became the first family to be destroyed in the first mainland. The one who destroyed this family was Gao Wei. Looking at everyone's changing expressions, Gao Wei smiled and said, "Don't worry. That place may be a land of death for others, but it's not dangerous for us." After hearing about the slaughtering heaven cave, Zi Chen's expression became more serious. That place was said to be able to slaughter heavenly realm experts, and even saints were wary of it. It was obviously very dangerous. If Gao Wei did something in the cave, it would be very troublesome, and he might even die. As he moved forward again, he became more vigilant in his heart. After traveling at full speed for a few days, they arrived at the ruins that had appeared because of the great battle. Although many years had passed and the battlefield was completely covered by vegetation, the traces of the great battle were still very clear. The mountain peak was split by a sharp blade, the giant mountain was broken in half, and the huge energy crater. There were too many traces of the great battle. The ancient trees here were verdant and lush, but the exposed roots were all blood red. There were many other plants here, and they were all blood red. The same was true for the mountain rocks, as if they had been watered with blood. The great battle back then was very tragic. For the sake of the ruins, those forces went all out. Countless cultivators died here, and their blood almost formed a lake. In the end, the blood seeped into the ground, and this place became like this. Seeing the confusion on Zi Chen's face, Black Dragon, who was not far away from him, said, "Those ancient trees are called blood tear trees. Once the tree trunks are cut, the sap that flows out looks like blood tears." Looking at the traces of the battle, Zi Chen felt as if he could see the tragic battle of the past. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the ruins or to chase the alien race out of this world, the Aboriginals at that time were so united. The traces of the battle continued to extend. After traveling for another few dozen kilometers, Zi Chen saw a huge mountain rock that was more than 5 kilometers wide. At the center of it was a huge black hole. Looking at the black hole, Zi Chen asked curiously, "Is that the slaughtering heaven cave?" "No, that's just the entrance to the ruins. Back then, this place was a huge mountain, and this mountain rock was the foundation of the mountain. However, the battle back then was too intense. Many heaven realm cultivators attacked, and a lot of energy shock waves and vibrations fell. The huge mountain exploded, and finally revealed the black hole below. Ahead, Yue and the others had already reached the entrance of the cave and were looking inside. Near the entrance of the cave, there were some blood-red thorns. They grew out of the mountain rocks, which showed their powerful vitality and sharpness. "Come, let's go in." Following Yue's words, he was the first to enter the black hole. Then, Zi Chen and the others entered the black hole one after another. Behind them, those people who were unwilling to give up caught up. When they saw that everyone had entered the cave one after another, their expressions changed drastically. The ruins in the cave had been discovered long ago. After so many years, who knew how many times it had been rummaged through? It had long lost its value. The only thing that had not been explored was the slaughtering heaven cave. Now that everyone had entered, it was obvious that they were here for the slaughtering heaven cave. Could the complete shield be in the slaughtering heaven cave? Even saints are wary of the slaughtering heaven cave. How could they enter? Could there be hidden ruins there? Seeing this, Everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. If it was really in the slaughtering heaven cave, then this time they would have no chance at all. However, if there were undiscovered ruins inside, then they might be able to encounter some opportunities. Hence, they all rushed in. Entering the black hole, Zichen saw many blood-red thorns along the way. These thorns seemed to have a life of their own. As the group moved forward, they began to wriggle and spread out like spiritual snakes. Wherever the group passed, the thorns dispersed and automatically made a path for them. Looking at Zichen's curious expression, Black Dragon said, "Don't be fooled by their obedient appearance. That's because they have sensed danger. If it were someone of another realm, these bloodthirsty thorns would have swarmed over. Even if there are no more ruins in this place, with these bloodthirsty thorns, only immortals and indestructibles can enter." After successfully passing through the thorny black hole, the 10 of them arrived at the ruins. The entire ruins still exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, but many places were already desolated. Along the way, they could see many broken buildings. Outside the buildings, there were some fluctuations of incomplete formations. It seemed to be the place where some heavenly soldiers were placed. This place has already been rummaged through. There is nothing valuable left. Chapter 2003. After arriving at the ruins, Zichen released his spiritual sense. Hei Long reminded him with a smile. Zichen nodded. He was just curious and surprised. He didn't expect to get anything. Moreover, with his current level, unless it was a sacred weapon, he wouldn't be interested in anything else. His spiritual sense spread out in all directions. Zichen saw many buildings. On the surface of the buildings, there were still incomplete formations. This place looked like a sect or a small town. There shouldn't be many people here, but there were many treasures. Zichen was puzzled. Back then, many forces were puzzled by the layout of this ruin. They invited many experts to study it. In the end, they came to the conclusion that this was a warehouse specially set up by a certain force. Hei Long was undoubtedly a good explanation. He saw Zichen's expression and saw Zichen's puzzlement. He gave a good explanation. In fact, everyone who came here for the first time would have the same doubts. A warehouse. Zichen looked at Hei Long in surprise. That's right. There are many incomplete sacred weapons here. There are also some complete weapons. Only a warehouse can explain why there's so many things in such a small area. However, too much time has passed. No one knows which force this warehouse belongs to. The truth has long been lost in history. Zichen looked forward and found that Ji Wei, who was walking at the front, didn't look around. He didn't show any curiosity about this place. Obviously, he had been here before. The 3 heaven-defying cultivators behind him looked around curiously. Ji Wei had been here before. It seemed that he had also been to Slaughtering Heaven Cave. However, he didn't enter. At this moment, Zichen suddenly remembered what I Qian had said. After Ji Wei had arrived, he had brought people to destroy 2 hidden aristocratic families. Perhaps those 2 aristocratic families had something to do with the perfect shield. The group didn't walk for too long. There were energy fluctuations behind them. Then, those who wanted to try their luck came in one after another. When they saw the 10 people in front of them, their faces were filled with excitement. They followed them from afar. They are destined to have no luck. Hei Long looked forward again and shook his head. Their goal this time was to pass through the Slaughtering Sky Cave. These people obviously had no chance. It didn't take long for Zichen to see a black hole in the distance. This black hole was only 1/3 the size of the black hole he had entered before, but it was still very spacious. Even though there was still some distance between them, Zichen could still hear the whistling sound of wind coming from the black hole. This Slaughtering Heaven Cave isn't scary. What's scary is the black wind inside. That black wind can even destroy heavenly soldiers. Heavenly realm experts will definitely die if they come into contact with it. Everyone quickly arrived outside of the Slaughtering Sky Cave. When the people behind them saw this scene from afar, they could not help but exclaim. These cries of surprise were accompanied by disappointment and despair. For so many years, other than saints, no one could enter the slaughtering heaven cave. Everyone, our target, is behind slaughtering sky cave. Yen Wei pointed at the black hole in front of them and said with a hint of excitement on his face, "How do we go in?" And Peng looked at the black hole in front of him with fear in his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Take out the fragments and use the traction force of the fragments to bring us in." Yen Wei's gaze swept across everyone, and his indifferent expression became a little more serious. He said in a low voice, "Slaughtering Sky Cave is very scary. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. Therefore, I hope that everyone will be able to control their emotions while moving forward. This is because we are using the traction force formed by the 5 fragments as well as the protection formed by nature. We cannot use our own energy. If something happens during this period of time, everyone's lives might be in danger." When he said this, Yen Wei did not deliberately look at anyone. However, everyone could guess that he was mainly talking to Zi Chen and Lei Dong. The two of them had a grudge against each other, and Yen Wei was worried that Zi Chen would attack them in the slaughtering sky cave. "Don't worry. I don't need to use such a despicable method. It's just that I don't know about someone else." Lei Dong smiled faintly and glanced at Zi Chen. "If I want to kill you, I can do so at any time." Zi Chen smiled and replied in the same way. "All right, then let's get ready to go in. Remember, you can't attack in here because no one has ever been in here before. Naturally, no one knows if there are any other dangers in here other than Heifeng." Yen Wei's voice became heavier. It was obvious that he was also very wary of this place. With Yen Wei taking the lead, the 5 of them took out the fragments on their bodies. As the 5 fragments appeared, the fragments vibrated again and had the urge to let go of their hands. "Don't use your strength to stop it. Let it float on its own," Yen Wei said again when he saw the few of them holding on to the fragments tightly, including Zi Chen. The 4 of them were hesitant at this moment. Yen Wei had no choice but to let go of the fragments in his hands first. After the fragments left their hands, the vibrations weakened and slowly floated up. The 4 of them who were still holding on to the fragments started to vibrate even faster. Swoosh! Zi Chen was the second to let go. After the fragments left his hands, they indeed became stable and slowly floated up. Immediately after, the other 3 also let go of the fragments and let them float in the air. Each of these fragments was equivalent to a heaven-grade weapon with extremely strong defense. Although they had already left their hands, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the fragments, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In the distance, the cultivators who wanted to try their luck also stopped. Seeing that everyone had stopped outside the slaughtering heaven cave, they also completely lost hope for this trip. They stood in the distance and watched. After seeing the 5 of them take out the fragments, they also understood why the 5 of them were so confident to pass through the slaughtering heaven cave. The shield was known as the strongest defense in the world. Even though it was already broken, the fragments still had no problem blocking the Heifeng. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. In the crowd, Quinn Tay cursed in his heart when he saw this scene. Regret appeared on his face. If he had known that the shield had such an effect, he would have come himself. However, Quinn Tay didn't know that only when all 5 fragments appeared at the same time could it cause the shield fragments to change. The 5 fragments floated up one after another. It seemed that because the fragments were in different positions, they didn't merge. Instead, they separated into 5 directions, forming some kind of traction force. That's it. As long as a rare joy appeared on Yen Wei's face when he saw that the 5 fragments had been successfully drawn in. However, before Yen Wei could finish his words, an unforeseen change occurred on the spot. Slash! The void split open, and a sharp sword light appeared, stabbing directly toward Zi Chen. This sword light was very fast, faster than lightning. Coupled with the fact that it was unexpected, it almost instantly appeared in front of Zichen. Assassin. Faced with this sudden change, the rest of the people's pupils suddenly shrank. Before they could even exclaim, the sword light had already stabbed toward Zichen. Zichen's eyes had been fixed on the fragments earlier, afraid that Yue and the others would suddenly attack. However, he didn't expect the unforeseen event to come from the dark. A light flashed in his eyes, and a heavenly saber appeared in his hand. The moment the sword light approached, the saber light slashed and blocked in front of him. Dazzling golden light filled the world. Under the illumination of the golden light, Zichen's eyes were calm, and there was not much emotion on his face. It was as if he had already expected this attack. Behind the sword light was a masked man in black. Only his eyes were exposed, but they were filled with cold, killing intent. However, when his eyes met with Zichen's calm eyes, his cold eyes immediately fluctuated. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. Zichen blocked the sword light with his saber. A huge force centered around the two of them, forming a terrifying wave that spread out in all directions. The assassin's body, which was in the air, stopped because of the huge force. Then he flew backward. At the same time, Zichen's body also uncontrollably took 3 steps back. With every step he took, the ground would shake. A terrifying force would pass through the soles of his feet and into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Swoosh! After blocking the attack, Zichen's calm expression did not show the slightest sign of relaxation. Then, behind him, another sword light appeared. This sword light was aimed at his back. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, in front of Zichen and to his left and right, 3 more sword lights appeared. Their target was Zichen, for more sword lights appeared. Things were not over yet. The assassin who had been shaken off earlier was actually heading straight for the fragment. At the same time, the 6th sword light appeared. Its target was not Zichen, but Qing Feng, who was not far away from Zichen. At this moment, Qing Feng was also rushing towards the fragment. Qing Feng's expression was not as calm as Zichen's. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. His expression was cold. If he did not consider the assassin who was blocking his way, he would be faster than the assassin. He would be able to get the fragment first. However, in the face of the assassin's sure-kill attack, no one could ignore it. In everyone's eyes, Qing Feng's priority was to save his own life. After all, no matter how valuable the fragment was, it was not as important as his own life. However, Qing Feng did not. He shouted loudly and completely ignored the attack. It was as if he did not notice it. He did not even put up a defense as he rushed towards the fragment. The expressions of Black Dragon and the others changed slightly. They did not understand why Qing Feng would make such a choice, but in the next moment they understood. Just as the sword was about to pierce into Qing Feng's body, a swift saber light flew over from the side and struck the sword first. Clang! Another sound rang out. The assassin who was holding the sword was sent flying. The heavenly sword that had sent the assassin flying continued to move forward. Its target was the assassin who was fighting with Qing Feng for the fragment. This assassin was slower than Qing Feng. He was also not as decisive as Qing Feng. When he sensed danger approaching, he swung his sword to block. Swoosh! Chapter 2004. On the other side, Qing Feng, who had successfully taken the shard, heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, a look of worry appeared on his face. This was because Zichen had thrown away the only sky blade in his hand. How was he going to block the attacks of the 4 assassins? This was not only Qing Feng's worry, but also the thoughts of the others. Following their gazes, Zichen used his actions to tell them how he should deal with the 4 assassins. The 6-winged heavenly thunderwings had already appeared on his back. Under his extreme speed, a mysterious energy spread out, enveloping the surroundings. The assassins' speed could be seen with the naked eye as they slowed down. The expressions of the 4 assassins clearly changed. They knew that Zi-Chun had this kind of method, but they definitely did not expect the suppression to be so strong. Feeling their bodies being hindered, they could only say that Zi-Chun had become stronger. The energy around their bodies surged wildly as the four of them tried to forcefully increase their speed. However, Zi-Chen's extreme speed suppression was over in an instant. As the four assassins' speed slowed down, a bow appeared in Zi-Chen's hand, the divine dragon bow. Looking at Zi-Chen holding the bow, the crowd could not help but be stunned. Under such circumstances, what was the use of a bow? Zi-Chen's bow and arrows were recognized as long-range weapons. They were extremely lethal. At this moment, it seemed that taking out a long-range weapon would be useless. At a certain moment, the crowd felt as if they were hallucinating. Could it be that Zi-Chen was too nervous and took out the wrong bow? However, looking at Zi-Chen's calm expression, it did not seem like he was nervous at all. The divine dragon bow was very big and very long. Holding it in his hand, Zi-Chen did not grab the middle of the bow. Instead, he grabbed one of the ends and poured the heaven-defying energy in his body into the divine dragon bow. The entire divine dragon bow began to emit a resplendent golden light. Zi-Chen began to brandish the divine dragon bow in his hand. At this moment, he used the bow as a blade and swung it out just like that. Dang! 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 The end of the dragon bow hit the tip of the sword, and a sharp sound rang out. The killing blow of the four assassins changed direction under the powerful swing of the dragon bow. Zi-Chen's extreme speed, coupled with the suppression of the other four's speed, caused their sure-kill attacks to be instantly neutralized by Zi-Chen. The crisis had been averted, but the battle was not over yet. Zi-Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside one of the assassins who didn't have time to hide. The dragon bow in his hand was aimed at the assassin's waist. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon bow landed firmly on the other party's waist. The other party's body trembled slightly in the air, then flew to the side uncontrollably. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the direction that the assassin was flying towards was precisely the slaughtering heaven cave. As expected, the assassin entered the slaughtering sky cave. Amidst the whistling of the wind, there was a cry of alarm. After that, there was no more after that. The assassin disappeared from the slaughtering heaven cave. Swoosh! After the strike, Zi-Chen didn't look at the result. His figure flickered again, and he appeared in front of the second assassin. Once again, he swung the dragon bow. Dang! This strike was blocked by the assassin, but the powerful force contained in the dragon bow directly shook his body, and he couldn't help but retreat. Then he retreated into the slaughtering heaven cave. In the blink of an eye, 2 people were sent into the slaughtering heaven cave. The other 2 assassins had already turned into shadows and disappeared. Zi-Chen's bright eyes suddenly shot out gold and silver light, and he looked around. Then he took a few steps forward and fiercely smashed into the void. Boom! A loud tremor rang out between heaven and earth. The void was directly blown apart by Zi-Chen's bow. In the midst of the explosion, the assassin who had just hidden himself appeared, his eyes filled with fear. Bang! Zi-Chen didn't say a word. Another strike of the dragon bow came from the front, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the surroundings. The huge pressure made it impossible for the assassin to hide, and he could only passively defend. The dragon bow landed on the long sword that the assassin raised and heavily hit it. Because the power contained in this strike was too strong, the long sword was instantly knocked out of the assassin's hand. At the same time, the dragon bow fell and hit the assassin's chest. Uft! The assassin coughed up blood and flew backward. The place where he flew was still in the slaughtering heaven cave. At this moment, Zi-Chen's eyes were flashing gold and silver light. His calm expression gradually turned cold, and one look at him would send chills down one's spine. Of the 4 assassins, 3 of them were sent into the slaughtering heaven cave by Zi-Chen, and the remaining one had already escaped. Zi Chen instantly turned around, and the light in his eyes that seemed to have solidified shot out, scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. As if he had teleported, he appeared hundreds of meters away. After his figure appeared, Zi Chen didn't say a word and immediately smashed into the void. Boom! The void shattered, and a figure could be seen flashing past. Zi Chen took a step forward, and his figure teleported another 100 meters, and another strike landed. The void shattered again. This time, the assassin's figure was completely revealed. Only his eyes were exposed, but they were already filled with deep shock. Pow! Pow! Zi Chen was expressionless. He waved the dragon bow and smashed down, forcefully sending the assassin from hundreds of meters away to the vicinity of the slaughtering Heaven Cave. Then he used his strength and directly smashed the assassin's body into the cave. At this point, the last 4 assassins who had attacked Zi Chen had all entered the slaughtering Heaven Cave. As for the previous 2, they had already disappeared without a trace. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened very quickly. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the battlefield. Not a single word could be said. Black Dragon and Peng stared blankly at Zi Chen. At this moment, even the 2 of them didn't have time to react, and the battle was already over. 5 Elements was also dumbfounded. If this was an assassination attempt on him, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Lei Dong's expression was changing. No one knew what he was thinking. Yue Wei was a little stunned. It took him a long time to react. His expression returned to normal, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The 4 fragments were still floating in the air. Qing Feng stood under the fragments with a smile on his face. The people in the distance were already dumbfounded. They were all petrified, unable to say a word. After the battle ended, Zi Chen's gaze swept across the faces of the people. After taking in the changes in their expressions, he guessed that this wasn't Yue Wei's plan. He kept the dragon bow and shouted, "Blade, come." The sky blade that flew into the distance trembled and returned to Zi Chen's hand. Zi Chen stood with the blade in his hand and looked around. Gold and silver light flashed in his eyes as he searched for any abnormalities in his surroundings. Actually, Zi Chen was just putting on an act. When the assassin was completely hidden, Zi Chen couldn't see where the assassin was hiding. However, when the assassin moved quickly, Zi Chen could see some traces of energy fluctuations. He could accurately pinpoint the assassin's position. This time he lost 4 assassins. He was also alerted. Zi Chen guessed that the assassin had already escaped. The gold and silver light in his eyes gradually faded. The sky blade also disappeared from Zi Chen's hand. Following Zi Chen's return, Black Dragon and the others' expressions returned to normal. However, they still had doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand why Zi Chen could block the assassin's attack so calmly. Also, why was Qing Feng so sure that Zi Chen would block the sword for him? Why did he charge toward the fragments without any regard for his own safety? Could it be that Zi Chen had already expected the assassin's sneak attack? Unfortunately, this question could only be answered by asking Zi Chen personally. Even if they asked Qing Feng, he might not know the answer. Before arriving at Slaughtering Heaven Grotto, Zi Chen had only sent Qing Feng a voice transmission. If anything happens, protect the fragments first. Qing Feng replied without batting an eyelid. He didn't ask any questions. In the following battle, Qing Feng chose to trust Zi Chen unconditionally. Otherwise, the fragments would be lost. Everyone was puzzled. However, they tactfully chose not to ask any questions. Zi Chen came to Qing Feng's side. Qing Feng took out the fragments and prepared to hand them to Zi Chen. "No need. They won't be coming," Zi Chen said coolly. Then he glanced at Qi Wei. Although there were 5 fragments, the assassin had insisted on snatching his fragment. Zi Chen couldn't understand it. Perhaps it had something to do with Qi Wei. Seeing Zi Chen looking at him, Qi Wei simply smiled at Zi Chen. Qing Feng released his grip, and the trembling fragments floated up once more. Once again, they formed a connection. This time, there were no more unforeseen events. The floating fragments shot out a ray of energy. The ray of light spread out in a fan shape and fell down. Coincidentally, the ray of light from each fragment was enough to cover the two of them. Zichen and Qing Feng naturally took their respective fragments. It seemed like he was still not at ease. Yan Wei stayed with Lei Dong. Eric stayed with 5 elements. Then, Dark Rock and Black Dragon each stayed with a heaven-defying realm expert. After the ray of light fell, the 5 fragments trembled again. Then, they slowly floated toward slaughtering Heaven Grotto with the 10 people. Only when the 10 people completely disappeared did the people in the distance heave a sigh of relief. The previous battle was very short, but 4 assassins were killed by Zi Qin in the slaughtering Heaven Cave. Zi Qin is indeed terrifying. Not only had he not been assassinated, but he had even killed the assassin instead. Perhaps Zi Qin was the only one present who could do such a thing. However, considering that there were still 2 assassins who escaped, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only sigh in disappointment. This time, they had no fate with slaughtering Heaven Grotto. After entering slaughtering Heaven Grotto, the howling wind became even louder. The people who were enveloped by the fragments didn't feel the coldness of the wind. Although the 10 people were enveloped by the fragments, they were all independent. Qi Wei's voice came from somewhere. The most dangerous thing here is the black whirlwind. It can't be blocked. Everyone must be careful. Previously, Zi Qin had killed 4 people. However, as they went deeper, they didn't see anyone. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. Chapter 2005. The black whirlwind appeared in a whirlpool and completely occupied the entire cave. There was almost nowhere to hide. Looking at the black whirlwind, Zi Chen's pupils could not help but shrink. The whirlwind was everywhere, filling every corner. Even if he used the fastest speed in the world, he would not be able to avoid it. The whirlwind blew at them like black gravel. Even though they were protected by the fragments, they could still feel a chill in their hearts. Buzz! The whirlwind hit the fragment, causing the entire fragment to tremble. The fan-shaped light that protected everyone seemed to become unstable. The light flashed and the chill was pressing. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the fragment could not block the whirlwind, everyone would die here. Everyone was unusually nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the fragment above, afraid that the fragment could not block it and they would all die. It's okay. The fragment can definitely block it. Xiao Wei's voice sounded, but he was not very confident. It seemed that because the fragment was blocking the way, the black whirlwind could not pass through normally. Most of it stopped in front of everyone. The speed of the fragment's flight had obviously slowed down, and it kept trembling. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, the whirlwind finally lost its strength and dissipated into thin air. The nervous crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were almost completely drenched in cold sweat. After this whirlwind, everyone was more careful. No matter whether the energy around them was useful or not, everyone put up their own energy defense. During this time, Zi Qin also realized that his world was under some kind of energy suppression. He could only draw energy from it, but he could not freely return to his world. As such, if there was any danger, the idea of returning to his world to hide was obviously unrealistic. Hence, Zi Qin became even more careful. A moment later, another whirlwind blew. Although everyone had blocked it just now, they were still very nervous when they saw the whirlwind again. The black whirlwind came in front of everyone. The fragment was trembling slightly, but it was also moving forward. It seemed that the power of this whirlwind was not as strong as before. Zi Chen felt something, and a celestial weapon appeared in his hand. The soul of this celestial weapon had been devoured by the saber spirit. To Zi Chen, it was a useless celestial weapon. He threw the heavenly weapon in his hand forward. When the celestial soldier left the protective range of the light, it encountered the black whirlwind. The celestial soldier paused in midair before the black whirlwind blew past it. The celestial soldier that had stopped in its tracks was instantly disintegrated as if it was made of sand, becoming a part of the whirlwind that flew into the distance. When everyone saw this scene clearly, their expressions turned ugly. They were powerful, but their bodies were definitely not as tough as the celestial soldiers. However, at this moment, the tough celestial soldiers were instantly disintegrated by the whirlwind. This showed how powerful and terrifying the whirlwind was. This cave was indeed worthy of its name. For the rest of the journey, the whirlwinds varied in strength. However, every time they appeared, they would fill up the entire slaughtering heaven cave. There was nowhere to hide. Zi-Chen believed that in this world, no one in Heaven Realm would be able to successfully avoid this whirlwind. If one didn't have a fragment when they returned, they would either be trapped in there forever, or they would have to break through to the Saint Realm before they could come out. With this in mind, Zi-Chen decided that he could not lose the fragment no matter what. The slaughtering heaven cave was very deep. After walking for a long time, they still hadn't reached the end. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator and had long been used to this kind of waiting. However, during this period of time when the whirlwinds were too strong, they were still a little worried. After a long period of darkness, light finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone's spirits soar, and their gloomy mood immediately became cheerful. We're here. We're finally at the end. As the light in their line of sight became brighter and brighter, Wu Xing shouted excitedly, "Haha, no one has passed through the slaughtering heaven cave for so many years, but we're going to pass through it." Lei Dong also laughed proudly. Then he inadvertently glanced at Zi-Chen with a cold look in his eyes. Zi-Chen was also very happy, but his mind was completely tense. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, the test for him had just begun. Faintly, Zi-Chen's aura became gloomy and cold. Besides Zi-Chen, Qing Feng clearly felt this change in aura. He pursed his lips and suddenly laughed. Thinking that his laughter was a little inappropriate, he secretly glanced at Zi-Chen and quickly closed his mouth. He wanted to tell Zi-Chen that he wasn't afraid, but was just a little nervous and excited. Only the two people in the light barrier could sense the change in Zi-Chen's mood. In the other 4 light barriers, everyone seemed to be excited by the light and completely ignored what was going to happen next. This should be Ji Wei's final plan. Looking at the light that gradually filled his line of sight, Zi-Chen thought to himself. His expression gradually became cold. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, if he didn't have the 5 fragments, he wouldn't be able to return. This way, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unless there was a huge threat behind, when they reached the end of the light, Ji Wei would definitely have to fight him to the death. Just like how he didn't want Ji Wei to obtain the shield, Ji Wei also didn't want him to become stronger. The two of them would definitely have to fight, and Peng and Hei Long seemed to have guessed a certain possibility. They turned around to look at Zi-Chen and Ji Wei. In their line of sight, the light finally reached the end. Under the guidance of the fragments, the 10 people flew out of the slaughtering heaven cave. The entire slaughtering heaven cave was gloomy and cold. The people who had just rushed out immediately felt a strong wave of heat. Zi-Chen didn't have time to check his surroundings. He took the lead and rushed forward, taking the lead to take his fragment. At the same time, the other 4 heaven-defying sovereigns, including Ji Wei, also rushed forward. They each took their fragments and looked at each other. Ji Wei smiled faintly at Zi-Chen, while the other 3's gazes were extremely cold. After each of them took their fragments, Zi-Chen retreated and deliberately distanced himself from the 4 of them. The 4 of them stood together. "What's wrong?" Hei Long turned around and asked. "Nothing. It's just that we don't need the fragments here. Naturally, we have to take them." Eric smiled coldly. The 4 heaven-defying sovereigns stood together and looked at Zi-Chen at the same time. Other than Ji Wei's gaze, which was still indifferent, The other three's eyes were filled with dense, killing intent. Seeing this, Lei Dong smiled coldly. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the four of them. He immediately made his stance clear. Wu Xing was still hesitating, but he wasn't far from Ji Wei. Qing Feng walked to Zi Chen's side and looked at Ji Wei and the other four with a smile. "What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would put aside your personal grudges and look for the shield first?" And Peng looked at the two sides and said. He and Hei Long stood in the middle. Their attitude clearly showed that they were neutral. "That's right. We were going to look for the shield first, but there are too many people." Ji Wei didn't speak, but Eric said coldly, "If you think there are too many people, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qing Feng said coldly, "Don't get agitated. There aren't that many people. There's just one more. I think you can come over." Eric smiled at Qing Feng and Shan. Qing Feng shook his head and said seriously, "No. If I go over, Zi Chen will be left alone. That's too pitiful. I am Lord Qing Feng. I am destined to be famous in the martial war continent. At this time, I must stand on the side of the weak." Eric's face gradually became gloomy. "So you're saying that you're just looking for death?" Before the battle, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. Just as the two sides were talking, Zi Chen spread out his spiritual sense to explore the surrounding terrain. This was a unique space, but the main style of this space was fire. There was not a single blade of grass here, and there were many craters. Occasionally, there would be large balls of fire with blazing heat spewing out of the craters. In the spiritual sense, there were no living creatures in this world. It was dead silent. The only thing that existed was the constantly rampaging flames. Earlier, when Zi Chen was retrieving the fragment, he had sensed the same aura emanating from the depths of this space through the fragment's perception. Clearly, even if there wasn't a complete shield, there would be fragments of other shields. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yen Wei. The latter's expression was still calm. However, the killing intent of the four people beside him, including Lei Dong, was completely revealed. "Since we're already here, I think it's better to fight to the death." Zi Chen looked at Yen Wei and said calmly. Eric and Qing Feng, who were still arguing, closed their mouths and looked at Yen Wei. This was Zi Chen's challenge to a fight to the death. Yen Wei looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Then he shook his head and said, "No, you don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me." Zi Chen glanced at the four people and said, "So you're saying that you want me to kill the four of them first?" "You can't kill them." While speaking, Yen Wei looked at Black Dragon and Dark Rock and said, "What do you two mean?" Clearly, he wanted the two of them to show who they were going to help. The two of them were hesitant and conflicted. After a while, they looked at each other and took a step back. This showed their stance. Black Dragon said, "We won't help anyone." "That's fine." This was the answer that Yen Wei had expected. He didn't force the two of them to make a choice. If they were forced to help Zi Chen, it wouldn't be good. 5 Elements was still standing on the side. But Jiao Wei didn't ask him for his choice, which made him secretly sigh in relief. Yen Wei and 5 Elements retreated, leaving the battlefield to the 6 of them. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed. He was the first to attack. As his figure flashed, he gripped Skyblade tightly and slashed forward. Qing Feng didn't move. He just stood at the back. Clang! A long blade also appeared in Eric's hand. He blocked with his blade. When the sharp sound rang out, his body retreated. As Eric retreated, the 2 heaven-defying warriors beside him attacked. 2 long swords cut through the air and slashed toward Zi Chen's neck. A cold chill surged. Zi Chen held his blade and retreated, avoiding the attack. Thunderclap, 9th Heaven. Chapter 2006. Just like the scene when he fought Zi Chen, the space above the firmament trembled, and then a vortex appeared. In the vortex, the power of ancient thunder spread out. The atmosphere in this space became extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had come, and thunder was pressing down. After the previous battle with Zi Chen, Lei Dong knew how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Probing attacks were useless against Zichen. Only by fighting to the death could he have a chance of survival. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of thunder rushed out from the vortex. Like chains of heaven and earth, they instantly pierced through heaven and earth. Zichen, who was retreating, rushed forward again with his saber. A powerful aura surged around him, and a sharp saber light, carrying a dazzling and powerful energy, slashed forward. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, Zichen naturally would not feel sorry for the heaven-defying energy. He used it without caring about the cost. Fall! Slash! Two voices sounded almost at the same time. Zichen slashed forward with his saber. The saber light broke through the space, carrying a powerful energy, and landed on the two. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom! A violent energy explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The two heaven-defying warriors flew backward, their faces slightly pale. Zichen's saber light was blocked by the two of them. After slashing out with his saber, Zichen's body also retreated backward with the help of the vibrating energy. As he retreated, bolts of thunder fell and exploded in front of Zichen. Fortunately, he retreated fast enough, or the thunder would have exploded on his body. Boom! Boom! Every time a bolt of thunder fell, there would be an explosion. A deep energy pit would appear on the ground, and endless thunder power surged. After retreating more than 10 steps, Zichen looked up at the falling thunder, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thunder vortex. Buzz! The heavenly saber trembled and flashed with light. A terrifying aura swept through the world as Zichen swung his saber at the sky. The saber radiance soared into the sky, defying the heavens as it slashed towards the vortex that was constantly emitting lightning. Boom! Boom! Wherever the blade light passed, all the lightning it encountered was sliced apart. The sound of thunder continued to resound in the sky. As for the energy blade light, it went against the heavens and slashed towards the vortex. Pooh! As the saber light slashed, the vortex was cut open. In the sky, the vortex slowly dissipated, and the sound of ancient thunder disappeared. The apocalyptic pressure also disappeared. The world regained its clarity, and the hot energy once again became the dominant force in this space. When Lei Dong, who was below, saw Zichen break the thunderclap ninth heaven with his saber, his cold face turned gloomy. With a cold snort, he began to form a seal with both of his hands. The light of thunder once again flashed around his body. Hei Long and Peng, who had retreated far away, saw this scene and their expressions changed. Zichen did not use any powerful spells, but he was able to break Lei Dong's attack. This showed how powerful his combat strength was. If it was a one-on-one battle, the two believed that Lei Dong would not be able to hold on for too long before he was defeated and killed. However, at this moment, there were 4 powerhouses joining forces. In addition, there was Qi Wei, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, and 5 Elements, who was unclear of his position. Zichen's battle was not going to be easy. Qi Wei looked at the scene quietly. There was no change in his expression, and he had no intention of making a move. Qing Feng's gaze was mainly on 5 Elements. Zichen was now 1 against 4 and did not need his help for the time being. He had to guard against 5 Elements' sudden attack. Buzz! After breaking Lei Dong's spell, before Zichen could catch his breath, the void began to tremble. Then, 2 streaks of sword radiance, carrying a powerful force, came towards Zichen. Clang! Clang! Zichen slashed with the heavenly sword in his hand, and the 2 heavenly weapons were knocked back. Then, 2 violent auras exploded in the sky. One of the celestial weapons suddenly transformed into a massive battle beast. The battle beast exuded a berserk aura. This was a battle beast that Zichen had never seen before. It belonged to the soul of a heavenly weapon, and it came from the endless starry sky. After it appeared, its cold eyes stared at Zichen, revealing a cold, murderous intent. On the other side, the heavenly sword turned into a flame python. The python had a single horn on its forehead, and there were traces of lightning flowing on the horn. Zichen had never seen such a strange beast with dual attributes of thunder and fire. However, there was no doubt that they were very powerful, and the pressure they released was extremely terrifying. Go! Below, a heaven-defying warrior formed a seal and shouted coldly at the ferocious giant beast. Boom! The giant beast stepped on the sky, shattering the void. With a fierce momentum, it rushed towards Zichen crazily. Clang! Zichen held the heavenly sword in his hand and slashed down. However, this powerful force did not break the giant beast's body. Instead, it exploded with an ear-piercing sound, and a huge rebound force came, causing Zichen's body to sway slightly. He looked at the giant beast in front of him and saw that it was retreating. As it retreated, the void trembled and heaven and earth shattered. Boom! 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 A series of violent sounds came from the ground. In the deep pit that was created by the thunderbolt, a stream of hot magma spewed out. The magma was like a column of fire, shooting up to the sky and surrounding the giant python. The space between the heavens and the earth was completely filled with blazing heat. The giant python hissed and charged towards Zichen with pillars of magma in its wake. Seeing the ferocious fire python, Zichen's pupils shrank. He slashed out with the heavenly sword in his hand again. Wherever the heavenly sword passed, it carried an unimaginable might and pressure. The column of fire exploded under the pressure, turning into a boundless rain of fire that fell from the sky. The heavenly sword scattered the rain of fire and slashed at the fire python's body. The fire python hissed in pain, and its body was sent flying backwards. Just as Zichen broke through the two attacks, Eric Man, who had already retreated, finished preparing his heavenly path technique. A violent aura surged out from his body. A heaven-defying energy rushed out from his head, turning into a ferocious tiger that emitted a blood-red light in the sky. Blood Tiger shakes the heavens. As the cold roar resounded through heaven and earth, a deafening tiger roar came from this space. The Blood Tiger's eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Zichen. Below, the expressions of the two people watching the battle changed when they saw this scene. The four of them might not be Zichen's match in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, the battle strength they displayed was something that Zichen could not resist. Up until now, Zichen only had the strength to fight back. He did not have the strength to parry. Black Dragon and Dark Rock looked at each other. They could see a faint trace of worry in each other's eyes. Up until now, Gao Wei had not made a move, and the Five Elements attitude was still unclear. However, Zichen could only passively counterattack. Even if Qing Feng did not make a move, he could not change the situation. Qing Feng stood below, energy surging around his body. The falling rain of fire dissipated when it was 3 feet away from him. At this moment, Zichen's situation was not good. However, since he did not hear Zichen's voice transmission, he did not make a move. Gao Wei looked at the horizon, his expression still indifferent. However, when he saw Lei Dong's second heavenly path technique, he said 2 words in a low voice, bow and arrow. In the sky, Zichen withdrew his blade and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two of them had increased. In the next moment, a bow appeared in his hand, the divine dragon bow. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body. He pulled the longbow fully, and the divine dragon arrow appeared on the dragon bow. A powerful aura was emitted from the dragon bow. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow was released. The divine dragon arrow pierced through space and arrived in front of Xuehu. It pierced through Xuehu's forehead. Heavenly fire and heaven-defying energy poured into Xuehu's body, forming a powerful destructive force. as the arrow pierced through the sky. Shui, whose body suddenly exploded, turning into energy that swept across the world. Below, Eric's face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. After the arrow was released, Zichen quickly shot out 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were formed from energy that absorbed the essence of the world. Although the power of these arrows was not weak, it was not realistic to completely neutralize the powerful attacks of Lei Dong and the other 2. After the 3 arrows fell, the retreating fire python once again rushed towards Zichen with boundless magma. On the other side of the sky, the giant beast also rushed towards Zichen, shaking the world. Swish! Swish! Light flashed under Zichen's feet. As his figure retreated, arrow after arrow was released. The arrows pierced through the sky, shooting towards the fire python and the giant beast. Looking at the exciting battle in the sky, Yanwei shook his head and said indifferently, "This won't do. I have to use my doppelganger." Since he wanted to deal with Zichen, he naturally had a thorough understanding of Zichen. He was very clear about Zichen's methods. Moreover, he was sure that Zichen was not at his peak state. Therefore, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body should not be much. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Zichen. Therefore, Zichen had to find a way to break out of this predicament. Using his doppelganger and then using the heavenly path technique was the only way Zichen could break out of this predicament. Buzz. The light around Zichen's body trembled. Zichen, who was retreating in the sky, split into 2. Zichen's clone held the divine dragon, bowed tightly and continuously shot arrows. His real body was retreating. As he was retreating, he formed seals with both hands. A boundless golden light surged out from his body and flowed to his fingertips. This is extreme yang. Feeling the blazing and berserk energy, Yanwei said softly, "Kill." 3 roars sounded. Lei Dong and the other 2 displayed their powerful techniques. With the 3 of them working together, they were not afraid of Zichen's extreme yang ability. As the seals fell, a golden ball of light appeared in front of Zichen. In the ball of light, there was a mysterious rune mark. A destructive aura filled the sky. Extreme yang. Zichen's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth as the golden ball rushed forward. As the ball moved forward, the space distorted and the world shook. It was as if destruction was coming. The giant beast, fire python, and blood tiger rushed over from afar. Their killing intent raged. Boom!